Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here, and I'm once again ready to get down to some game dev. Today is the big 4.0 episode. That's right, I've done 40 of these doing dumb things with RPGMaker, and I still feel like I have a long ways to go on this game. I think I keep adding to it, it's my problem, instead of just, I don't know, making something that's playable. I have no idea. So today's plan is largely to continue with the, I guess, assembling puzzle pieces thing. I put the system in there so that it could make them and drag them, as evidenced by this right here. That's why I boot up here, so I can grab a puzzle piece and then it pulls after me. And then I can turn it off and then it will apparently vanish. But listen, at least it goes away, question mark? I don't know. The actual FPS here is abysmal, but I have a lot of things open, so I'm not too surprised. Like I have this program open, Krita, that absolutely hates RPGMaker. That's okay. It did what it was supposed to do, which was make the thumbnail for this one here. I do all my thumbnail work because, well, that would be expensive if I didn't. And let's just be real here. I'm not really making money back out of this, so, you know, I don't really want to spend any more money than I have to. So I reworked, let's see, where was this at? I did a rework on the, did I call this attic ground for some reason? Where are you at? I moved him. On the Tarot minigame, I thought about it and realized that I didn't need to have all the pieces. What I could do was just simply add their, just add each one to an array as it spawned. And then set their self variable based on the array length. So let's see. Terrible explanation. But basically, what happened here is when setting up the board, it does pick its locations as normal. I just did 2 different spawn IDs. I didn't bother to code it in there. I should actually make this spawn array 1 and 2. And that's actually the code I'm about to do right now. This can say spawn array, but this will just be let's see. Right here is the only place I actually use this here. So we'll just do this, and it'll just be spawn array 0. And then spawn array 1. You have to remember that arrays do count from 0, so. And then for the spawn total, what I found is that it goes through and it takes half the spawn total at once right there, and like that, it makes spawn half. I could have just divided by half in there, but I would have put it twice, so I didn't. And then it goes through and runs that, just spawning each of those until it does 11 of them, then it does the same thing over here, and then they have, where did I put that? Yeah, it just creates the 2 different ones that are in equal number is all it really does. So those 2 events, and then the code that actually governs the rest of it, in Tarot Minigame 1, I had to think all this back over because it was yesterday I did this, so that's how code works. It goes in one ear and out the other. I end up having to look up syntax and things I've done plenty of times before just because that's how it is. And then it has 2 different arrays that are set up, 3604 and 3605. And depending upon which one it is, which piece number has been set, like if it's set as 1 or 2, it will push itself to these here, and then it resets itself variable as the length of the array. So thus we create a situation where I only need 2 events, and they can create any number of tarot cards, as long as I create images, you know, past the 22, of course, because there's only 22 cards in the tarot. So clearly, it wouldn't do very much to just simply go beyond. It would just error. But the system is expandable, and that is what matters. And then I'm pretty certain for this other one here, instead of doing this draggable puzzle piece BS on Puzzle Minigame 1, it does puzzle game card piece right there. Okay, so I can copy this code right here. But I do have to make one change. I do actually have to pick a different variable. If I push it to the same array, it's going to potentially overwrite the other one, and I don't want that. I probably wouldn't even need this, honestly. I'll probably do a different system here. I'll have like an array within an array for all these. Like, there's a lot of things I could do to really optimize this. My first version of everything is just awful. Like, it's usually the down and dirty, get it done method, and, you know, I come along later and really optimize it. But the down and dirty one, it gets it done. I highly doubt I'll need any more than maybe that many variables for it. We'll go here. If I do, for some reason, then, you know, I can regret my life decisions later. I mean, in reality, I could push them both to the same array and just have them as arrays within those arrays too, but whatever. That's a further optimization that I don't need to worry about. Oh. Puzzle game array. So 374 is what we're thinking of here. I'm not going to put this command right here, of course. It's going to go all the way in game start. Mini game setup, since there's more than one. I only need one array for this because I don't need duplicates. The other one was just matching, so that guaranteed that I had, you know, 2 1s, 2 2s, 2 3s all the way down the line. But the puzzle pieces don't, you don't need matching puzzle pieces. That's weird. This really should have just been a point and click adventure. I have no idea why I've strapped a Diablo game to it. Bad life decisions. Because making all these dumb little puzzles and everything, that's probably my jam and much more exciting for people, I think, to watch me make. But, you know, in for a penny, in for a pound kind of thing, you know? I just gotta go the rest of the way, apparently. I guess Fortuna will run the puzzle game temporarily, too. Right? Is she, or do I want a different map entirely for the puzzle game? I mean, she's not the puzzle person, so in theory, it wouldn't make much sense for her to be the one to run it. It would be faster, I guess. I guess Tinker can just spawn them all anyway. I need a setup board for this one here. This needs to say tarot. My old crappy version, which I kept just in case I botched it, because it was like a 5:30 a.m. code job where I was like, well, this is just something that's in my mind right now. It's happening. Setup puzzle. I don't know why I called the tarot things a board. Just said set up tarot, but maybe I already used setup tarot once. It's possible. Now you set up card, not the other. Okay. So in this case, it's going to be essentially exactly the same code, except for I just remove that. I get rid of spawn half and just make it spawn total. I might change the location algorithm though, so that it's a little more random. But it's just going to spawn the pieces randomly all over in an area, but they're going to be equidistant. I don't know if I feel about the equidistant idea or not. It's an option. Definitely an option, but we'll see. I want to see how it looks anyway. Discord's giving me some weird message. I'm not streaming on Discord, thank you. I'm already streaming on one thing there. Maybe when I become more adept at streaming or something, or have enough of an audience to merit it on Discord, I'll consider it. But as it is, where would I stream it? What, in the official RM Discord? Like, nobody uses that. Freaking nobody. It's just a handful of us. It's so, yeah, it has no traffic. In fact, almost all my traffic comes from YouTube. The actual forums, the main forums, don't even care and tend to account for about 10 to 13% of all traffic on these. The rest of it, like 87 to 90% of the traffic is quite literally from YouTube. Weird, it comes up with a strange error on the audio. Whatever, every time I've ever listened to it, it seems like it works just fine. I guess I'll check back through in a bit. Like, I rewatched some of these streams or portions of them to see how things went. It's the best way to figure it out. Okay, so where are we at on this? This doesn't even need a rows column. I might not even do the locations thing, but I'm just going to use it as it is for now. I think it's much smarter to do that. Also, I don't want all those on stream, so let us remove them too. Don't mind me. There's a lot of things you don't really want as public knowledge on the internet. Not that they're necessarily bad things so much as, you might have tax records in there or something, and I really don't want those on the internet. I'm going to go ahead and say it. It seems like a terrible plan. Terrible plan indeed. Or at least a questionable plan, if not a terrible plan. Let me go ahead and get rid of these things here. I downloaded a Pixel 2D demo for Unreal Engine. And, yeah. Yeah. I'm a little embarrassed for Unite after seeing that. Like, really embarrassed. Like, really embarrassed. When Unreal Engine does your 2D game better, you know something went wrong, especially from some random small group of people who just probably has less than 10 people in their whole company, did a much, much better RPGMaker. At least for, action RPGs anyway. Speaking of which, I'm going to close that up because I don't want that on the screen. Okay, so a setup puzzle is what I need here. Do save that for me. Do click on this so it saves it this. Okay. So it brought up the other thing that I clicked on, didn't click on that, and it caused it, brought up a save for something different. I'm like, but why? What am I saving? Okay, so this one here, we do one. I won't even need these common events if I manage to push them all into one event. The next thing to do will be to push all these into one thing for the main ones in the levels, because those ones, due to how the system removes and adds stuff, it's impossible for me to have the actual thing be differentiated as what it is without having some sort of complex array system, I guess. I'll have to think about it. But it'd be nice to get rid of all these events because there's a lot of them and it's kind of dumb. Like, I don't want 25 events just because I have the puzzle pieces, so I'm gonna do a little tweaking with that. So in this case, puzzle game piece is correct. There is no setup board option yet. Yeah, I should probably copy Fortuna's stuff. Copy page. This can be here. Does she have a C yet? Nope. Well, let's give her a C then. And do. Actually, do I want her to do it? I guess the map is set up for puzzle pieces, but she has nothing to do with the puzzle pieces. And it just seems like extra work to undo it later. I'd rather just, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right the first time. She'll just hit cancel. That'll work just fine. It would be Tinka who would do it. He doesn't have a spawn in, though. She should probably have a spawn in. Now, we're going to rework Tinka for that matter. She's the only one who doesn't, who's just always on the map. Everybody else gets spawned in. And the reasoning partially for that, it was, the save and load can cause some issues, but not that big of issues as far as I can tell. So we need to basically clone a lot of this stuff here. She just needs lockdown, clear, and D. She doesn't need the rest of it. I'm just going to copy those pages. Because if I don't need things like area reset if everything is spawned in. Otherwise, this is the thing that's there to basically reset everything. And it just leads to a lot of excess systems I don't want. Clear's the only one you need because Clear just makes certain they're all gone since she's just going to get spawned in the next time anyway. You might be like, well, why not use a race event? Well, the problem with the race event is it doesn't always work the way you want it to. Like, it doesn't set off all the cell switches the right way. It doesn't clear itself from memory the right way. A lot of these things are just really heavy. So if I'm not memory managing them like crazy, it's a problem. Also, you know, if I want to spawn her on a different map, like, because she spawns on every map that has any pictures, I need her to be, you know, a spawnable event, not just something that's erased. So D and A, I think she's pretty much identical to them at this point, right? I mean, they're not very far off of each other. They never were. All right, so she is event 280, and I don't think there's anything else I need to worry about. All right, so on 0, she spawns at, she's 007 on here, nice. She's very sneaky like that, hides in the pictures. She's probably my favorite character because she, you know, is the only one who's not actually a toy who gets to see things going on, but only really knows what's happening in the pictures themselves. Because she can go from one picture to the next. So since she can't see the outside world, other than maybe seeing out through a window or something, if, you know, she happens to be looking that way, she can't go into any glass. It's just, it has to be a picture of something. I'm probably actually going to give her a different name in the game, though. Right now I'm just using her actual name for, you know, before she was stuck in the glass and everything. But a lot of them don't remember their names. In fact, most don't, because the longer they're there, the more they forget. They just follow these loops over and over and over for like a curse that they have to fulfill every single night. Because during the day, they're all inactive. They just, you know, lay there like regular toys. But at night, they have to do something. They're just compelled. Except for Tinka, who just lives in the pictures and has no actual curse because she's, you know, a spirit trapped in the picture. She's not a toy or anything. So she'd like to break the loop. And there just happens to be, you know, a random doll who goes right by her pictures every single night, starting in a box, runs over to a window, hops in front of the window, and then watches the stars. And then, you know, when dawn comes, she just slumps over and somehow ends up back in the box. Every single time. I'm not sure why. Oh. All the dolls don't know why, or all the toys, because they all sleep during the day, so they couldn't tell you. But Tinka could see stuff. She doesn't sleep during the days. She's the only non-toy, so it's the X factor in this equation. I need to spawn 280 as I sit there and jaw on about that. I guess I'm just going to make another spawner just for her, I suppose. Technically, she should be on the big bad one that spawns everything. But for now... No, I'm fine with that. But where'd she spawn at again? Let me double check this. In all my talking, I forgot. She spawns at 5117. So 280, 5117 are the numbers I need. 1 and 17. Then we will turn the other one off. And just to double check that I actually turned this event on. I'm not stupid. Okay. I'm definitely going to compress all those. I'm going to do a lot of optimization and everything at some point, but, you know, we work our way up to that around here. We don't just aim for the most optimized version first, because I don't even know what I'm trying to achieve at the start, so it kind of makes it kind of hard to optimize what I'm not even sure I'm making. I just have vague ideas. Did she spawn in? There she is. Okay, well, I did get this thing going. So I'm going to work on the effect and everything, but, you know, the puzzle will spawn in and then, you know, she'll, once you've put it all together, it will then finish the puzzle. And that's how I'm going to do it for these areas. So it'll be a mini game that happens within the game, but I'll also have a separate mini game. Maybe a painting you can go inside that you can assemble larger puzzles. Or redo a puzzle, maybe with a timer or something in order to gain rewards. I don't know. Here are the things I'm most concerned about. Saving. She's still here, but the other things aren't still here though, but that's fine. I'll have to reload those if they're there. I'll set up a system for that later. And then there's the good old load. Okay, the images aren't still there. That's okay. The events are still there. She's still fine. That's good. That's what was most important. After all, without her, you can't save the game, so it's kind of important. I like to restrict where you can save, because in the combat areas, if you, due to the destructive nature of the menu system and everything, it will actually unload, it'll sort of unload stuff, but mostly it keeps everything in memory and then adds all this, all the stuff for the status menu to the memory. And then when you close that, it'll often rerun all the events, and then a lot of those events will run commands that will add even more to the memory. So you can actually overload your game by just simply opening and closing the menu system because of how poorly it was programmed. So, like, if they cleared away the map in the meantime, it'd be fine. And then reloaded the map from nothing, like they would on a transfer. That would be perfect. But they don't do that. So rather than fix a broken menu system, I just opted to have my own menu system. Seems good to me. I'm going to put her on this map too. I almost want these separate because they'll erase it if they spawn it. I don't want them to I have to set up a double variable system otherwise. Like a self variable that says this is already spawned, it just checks for that, and if it won't keep doing it. So having multiples is decent an idea here. I'm sure there's a better way I could do it. It requires only one event. I don't know if it'd be faster or better necessarily. Maybe. Because each one's checking only if something's actually true to even spawn that character, or the character won't spawn. Okay, so now we're going to copy Fortuna's entire setup page here. And the command I'm looking for is setup puzzle. And the array system, I need to redo that too. That's right. When I wrote this, just spawn array 0, it doesn't even use the others. Didn't even need to be an array, but whatever. It's an array now. What's the event in question? The event for this is 333. Well, that's an easy one to remember. 333. Nice. I think everything else is fine. I mean, it does say Fortuna X and Fortuna Y. Listen, I'm not going to I'm not gonna worry about it. It's not. It's not happening. Oops. Don't do that. Just delete this one. I do have to do the other one, though. I do have to go fix Fortuna now because of that whole change I made. Get that. Toss this in there. Do this. Okay. I guess for now the puzzles will just appear on top of where she's at. Or do I want to create an actual level that she goes to? Because I could have the player go inside of the painting. I could also shift the painting to be a completely different thing that the player goes into, wherever she's at. That's a lot more than I want to do yet. That's an embellishment that I think will happen, though, because it would be kind of neat. Have a mystical realm of puzzles that you can go into at any of the paintings. This really does seem like a game that should be entirely 2D. I don't even know why I have a 3D setup. Seems stupid. Why 2.5D setup? Like, why do that? I have no idea. Combat's the hardest part to balance. It was all based on Art's code anyway, which is now a much better version of Art's code. If I remake Art, it's going to be based on the code of this game. And I'll take a few ideas from that are not in this game and pipe them over, but otherwise they'll be basically the same thing under the hood. And I'll make some tweaks, change some pictures, change some numbers around, and boom, it's a whole other game. It's crazy. We need another option on our thingy. Puzzle game, I guess. I mean, puzzle menu is just my demonstrator to show things. I guess I could replace that, but I'm not gonna do that yet. I think our turn self switch should be on here. I'm just gonna go ahead and keep that until I have 100% certainty on what I want to do. really have to think about these dialogues here. I haven't actually bothered to put too much effort into them yet. I might just have placeholder here. I have to really think about it. I haven't put too much time into a lot. I really should. Um, I'm just gonna leave it as it is. I don't actually have an idea what she would even say. I'm trying to figure out exactly what I want it to be, and it's just not there. Is that even enough? Or do I need an extra bit of code? I might need extra code. What does she do when you click that? That's where you can quit. Oh, she just does that. Okay. Oh, well, I'm at it. I need 278 and 279. Oh, hi, Mathis. You have an exam in 2 days, huh? What's the exam on? Well, that's not good. You should definitely be getting ready for the exam. Well, I've definitely been in that boat of not being ready for an exam and just trying to wing it. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes. Maybe. Kinda. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Only sometimes. Oh, game dev option. Huh. Well, there you go. Okay, well, I need to adjust the distance. Also, I need to take away the thing that destroys them. It's going to be a much smaller distance. Maybe like 200. And I don't need this console log anymore. Why is it selfish D turning on? It's on here somewhere. Let's see. Um, Let's skip this, but I do want a console log to see why it's doing that. Somewhere it's got an actual thing here. Page 4. I don't need any of this code. This was all just stolen from the tarot minigame, and they're not trying to match puzzle pieces, so. I'm also going to put a console command here. Even after just deleting that. Just to check the timing on this. Probably should remove the fire from the spawning thing too. They don't really need to spawn in fire necessarily. I'll probably have a different effect for those. Hopefully. I mean, the tarot card spawning in fire is kind of cool, and being removed by fire is also kind of cool, but it's not that cool. Well, there's one of them, but where's the others? What's happened here? Oh. But 142 is where it messes up. Oh, I just forgot to change the command to wait. That assembles the puzzle in the menu. That's not what I want. Where is it? Not set up board. Set up pair, puzzle piece, puzzle menu, puzzle. Set up puzzle. Yeah, I guess I forgot to change that on her thing. Oops. But just that one particular one. Never mind for all of them, but the first one. I guess I could have just copied the word puzzle. I didn't, though. For reasons that I don't know. For some reason. I need to make basically two different games with this. One where you just assemble them in order to open the next area, and then one where you can go and assemble bigger puzzles if you want. I have this weird option set for the puzzles, like having less than the number. You're going to need all the puzzle pieces or it wouldn't make any sense. Also, the numbers are just way off, right? Because if it's set for 44 potential matches, that'll just error, right? Yeah, anyway, whatever. I want to test something here, so I'll test the smallest one. Yeah, and it'll put the first 11 pieces. You can pull them all at once, but I don't want to pull all of them. I did want to test this. Yeah, page 4 turns on for some reason. Actually, page 4 sits on for a really long time. Why? Why is changing page 4 on? Would explain why they delete themselves. And then they just sit on their page 4. Okay. That's weird. I don't recall actually calling their page for. Well, first off, let's make a quick change here. I'm going to base it off of, I guess, 24 cards, right? Maybe we'll base it off 32. Oh, this number just needs to be changed, the last number there. We'll just do the third one as a thing here. That's how many it's supposed to spawn. There's supposed to be 25 puzzle pieces of them spawning, 16 of them. Originally it was, duplicating them by up to 32, so I'd have matching pairs, but not so much now. All right, so let's go down the list here. It sets itself up, okay. Page 2, well, page 1 does adds it to an array, blah, blah, blah. Creates the fire emitter. I'm going to leave it and put something else in later. Puzzle, game piece, this event ID. What does this do? Exactly. Right there. Just creates a piece, that's the thing there, does the item to display it. So nothing particularly that would involve cell switch D. Okay. Turn cell switch A on. Well, whatever the case, the reason it's getting stuck on this event is it's switching to this page for reasons that I don't know. So at the very least, the easiest fix for that is to simply do that. So flips A on, and then A is just this next one. Nothing special, right? Puzzle 2. Okay. Puzzle 2 checks if you're hitting OK, and if you're hitting OK, then it turns the draggable self variable on or off, and then adds the emitter around it so that it creates a little circle that shows that that's what you have control of. I will need to put a restrictor in there so that you can only control one thing at a time. So I probably need an array and just be like, okay, well, if this array has anything in it, then you can't add anything else. And then, so none of those flip cell switch D. Okay. The compare command has the power to do it, but it's not exercising that power because it has to actually declare a cell switch that needs to be flipped for it to even do that. So in theory, it should never flip pages. B doesn't even do anything yet. Yeah, I don't see why it would ever flip to D. It's got a lockdown, but the lockdown doesn't even run anything. Just a page it doesn't run. Something else must be doing it. Something else using this array? Well, I mean, I just added a whole other thing onto here. Purely for those. Like this whole thing got added on just for these mini games just yesterday. So I can't be recycling this array anywhere. I already have a controlled thing, don't I? Carry array, yeah. I have a carry array. I do define it as an array, right? I'll figure out the other thing in a second, but while I'm at it, I might as well set up the ability to limit how many things they can carry around with them. It's kind of a variation on the dragging mechanic of my other game, but I don't have to have anything special to do it. It's just, it puts a thing around it until you shut that off. You can't drag anything else. Whereas the other one, It was just being dragged by the trail behind you, so you could destroy the trail in order to not have it drag anymore. That's true. Okay, carry array is right there. You're only going to carry one thing at a time for purposes of this, so and I already had to push this event ID into it, so that's already on there. Actually, it's already got the array going, so never mind. I just need to have an if. I already made it, yay! Where do I put this for the logic to work? I think I have a cancel option here, right? No. Is that necessary? So I put it right here. The player's gonna have to hit the button a second time. If they're already carrying something, unless they get rid of the thing they're carrying. Which doesn't seem very intuitive. Yeah, seems kind of weird. Hmm. Definitely need this, but where? I could also increase the variable later if I wanted to be able to carry more than one thing, but I don't think I do want them to carry more than one thing. That seems kind of weird. Like, why would they carry more than one thing? For this game, it wouldn't work very well at all because I want them to check and see if the puzzle piece fits where it's going. If they're carrying a lot of puzzle pieces, then basically I have to check that array against every single one that would go there. And that's not terrible. It's weird. This still does the same thing. It doesn't ever restrict it. I'm going to think about that. The logic escapes me. I can leave that there. It won't do anything, so it's fine. One thing I'm going to change, though, is the distance. The distance is just so too much. Do 150. And then actually, I'm fine with it following a little more at a greater distance. Maybe even a greater distance than that, actually. And we'll let it get a little closer to the player. The player is a lot faster, though, so we'll make it go a little quicker. Or actually not quicker, but a little farther. Oh. Screen is too large for stream. I have a widescreen monitor, but the feed that I'm streaming is only 1920 by 1080, so stuff goes off the screen all the time. Oh, that's a good sign, right? Nice little freeze there. Excellent, excellent. Oh, it's good and borked. Cool. I wish I had the console open, but the console does not wish to open, so fair enough. Better. A puzzle, setup puzzle. The total's at the end, so it should be 25. The first one in the spawn array is fine. I'm gonna do it one more time, but this time I'm gonna have the console open in advance so I can see what error pops up. Oh, okay, well it turns it off and turns it back on. Well, whatever. The new code is awful. Oh, you don't even get an error message. Ooh. It was turning the thing on and off again really quickly, which is bizarre and weird. But yeah, once off happens, it does page 4. And of course, the game just completely collapsed too. Under the weight of my incredibly good coding. Happens. Sometimes I do funny things with code. In that funny watch it all go boom kind of way. The first one worked. Well, I don't need this. So after this here, after this command here, it then turns it off, or turns on self switch D. Unless this color A command does that, does it? I don't think it does. It can. That's true. It definitely can. Let's see. Color A does actually do that. Okay, okay. Hmm. 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 Well, this particular thing was already for purposes of removing from that array anyway and doing its own thing. So maybe I'm just going to add something to tools for it, so I don't have to deal with potentially changing that command. I don't know how many locations it could be at. Like, it's best not to worry about it. So what let's do here. And then I think I'm just going to have this just remove it from the array. None of this self-switching crap. Watch later on, I add it right back in. Yeah, that does sound like me. I would do that. That should fix that problem. Oh, I know what was happening, because on their page D, page 4, actually their page D, which then runs puzzle 4, I had it set to turn D off, which then causes it to then once again run that command and turn it right back on. So it was just going infinite. Of course, that made a lot more sense once I realized it was the culling thing that was screwing it all up. Did I fail to change that command? I might have failed to change that command. Well, it seemed like a good plan until I forgot the most important part. Updating this so that it actually uses the right command. I would have got it eventually. Mostly. Maybe. I guess I did get it eventually. Maybe today is an optimization and build a puzzle game stream. What it feels like. It's the run that's supposed to be right. Ooh. Still erroring, you say? Huh. A longer wait just in case on that, but I'm assuming it's switching page 4 on. But why? It'd save you, right? Yeah, this just pulls the index out and then it'll return an updated array if I want one. Which, I mean, I obviously do, because that's what it's setting the game variable to. Technically, I could put the game variable command in here. I don't even have to put that complex thing. I could just actually put the command in. Not a bad idea. Anytime you can avoid using the actual script things in here, you're better off. Just because it's, not color coded, so you're much more likely to make a mistake. Let me test with a singular event. Yep. Well, let's open the console first. Page 2 turns on. Okay. Got the puzzle piece. Page 2 turns off. None of that page 4 stuff there. Okay, so that fixed that. What that doesn't explain... Also, why does that end up in front of her? I guess the ghost is actually at a higher point than the other, whereas the one on the ground isn't. I need to fix that. Well, 16 cards works. The big problem is it pulls from too far away. I'm gonna have to do something about this ghost trail behind her. It blocks. Because her image is not really where the thing is. The ghost trail is where the image, where the actual character is. So visually it looks terrible, but as you see, page 4 never went on this time, so that's good. Then my question now is why does the other one break it? I didn't actually spawn all those cards, did it? Actually I can spawn over here. Yeah, it spawns them off the screen. Plus they're the wrong size. There's that problem too. Well, the pictures they're gonna need to be bigger anyway, right? Yeah, they'll need to be bigger. So I think I've already kind of made that code, haven't I? The mounts was made right here. Let's just borrow this code for a second. Okay, so let's go to my puzzle plugin here. And I might end up just adjusting that one to use this. So I just don't need that. Actually, I could probably put that in the main command, right? This one doesn't need rows and columns. Well, no, it can use rows and columns. That's fair. Obviously, the puzzle menu is a completely different system, though. That's why that one works. It's using just a totally different one. Actually a variation on that. So what's this one look like? Matching it up. Looks like I just need to do a slight variation here on this code. Let's see, those are fine. This code does the entire, creates an array of all the images. I don't need that. That's fine. It's just these base numbers I need, essentially. Um, what, that one? Those things have the same top on them. Ah. This one spawns events. That's the difference. I guess I'm just gonna have to manually figure out how to place those, aren't I? Right? Because the other one's not placing events. What it's doing is it's just placing images so the images can all fit and be nice and wonderful, which was the original system I was doing. So it can easily just, resize the images because it has access to all the things. It knows what it's doing. But the other one, it'd be a lot of work to not just manually set the size of the images, wouldn't it? Ah. Well, I could set the self variable of each one. They're all calling items, right? What happens when you try to merge two systems together? Let me look this over here. So on their setup for here, puzzle game piece. The puzzle game piece goes right here and does that, and it calls DM items. Puzzle. The puzzle already sets the X and Y for you. I guess for these puzzles, it could actually just manually do it. Well, that's fine. Let's do a quick change here. The code we need is here, 406 and 230. The width and height. Where did I put that? 406 and 230. Fine with that. And then I'm actually fine with this particular code because it looks like I have what I need already up there. I need Y space and X space 330 and 190 when I initiate the command. I guess these ones set up to use, yeah, this is using coordinates because it's spawning. I didn't really work off PX and PY. I could do that. Since I do have Q movement installed and it gives a pixel X and a pixel Y basically for everything. I think right now though, I'm just gonna go an easier route. We're just increasing the numbers. We'll do like, well, the -8 is fine. That I want, but I guess we'll do minus not 24, like 8 or something. I want to change that on the other ones too, maybe. I'm only gonna need one actually, because I'm not gonna. Um, I don't think I'm gonna have a bunch of different things for this one here. It's just gonna be 25 puzzle pieces, so it's just gonna be that, and I need to just add. How different is these? I guess it starts farther out, so do -13 on that, just so it's farther over to the side. 25 is the number you want. I should close the previous one. That might help. Maybe it helps. Did it fail to close previously? It's probably these Qt web engine processes. Yep. Definitely need to do some additional optimizations before this game is ever released. That's for certain. So without the editor causing problems, it'll usually run better in general. Okay, well that's huge. Maybe a little too big. I'm gonna say it might be a little large. Maybe. Why does 25 break the game? '16 appears to work fine. 8 works fine. Well, 8 works fine. Those are way too big. How big are they normally? What's their natural size? I think these are too big anyway. Since I pulled them from the other game. Just for purposes of testing. 45229 on that one, so it's basically about that size. But it looks huge in there, so clearly that's not okay. What percentage of one is the other? I guess it doesn't matter because I can do Guess I can resize here and get a good idea of where it would need to be. Let's say I made this 300 and 170. Perfect. It's close enough. They were only 1 pixel off from the original numbers anyway. Not looking forward to making those puzzle pieces for this. Nope. That's a little better. It's still way too big though. Come on over here. And once again, there's that weird seam. Doesn't always happen, but it does happen. But probably a bit smaller. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. A little smaller, and then 1. Just getting a rough idea. 2, and then 4. They need to be way less wide and maybe slightly less tall. And we would like 360, I guess. That's fine. And then I think for the code on these, I guess I coded that into Fortuna's event, huh? Maybe. Puzzle fail? Okay, that's what I call it. I was just looking for the name of the sound effect. I need to do this very differently. I mean, this first part's fine. Because I'm just saying, you know, if it already has one, then it'll play the puzzle fail instead of picking it up. But what needs to happen is not a switch like that. No. And trigger went off cancel. Not a bad track. Dark Fantasy Studios, Forever and a Day. Or as I just call them, DFS, because it's just easier. Make note of it just in case I want to use it for something. I don't know what to use it for in this, but it's be better for my other game. Something like that. I was having a hard time figuring out the logic earlier because I was just thinking of the wrong logic entirely, where I'm just like, oh, I'll just have a weird switch and then somehow have the switch have another thing inside it that decides, you know, if you can't pick something up, and then make them hit the button multiple times to drop something. Whatever. That's just weird. Just one problem. I don't even know what the cancel button is. Did I even set it on the keyboard? Might need to set a cancel button. Not that, not that. I did retool all the buttons, so using a plugin, which means that I might actually need to make a change or two. I think escape will also work too, so let me test that real fast. Okay, we'll do the menu. Okay, don't ever do the menu on this thing, because apparently it doesn't do it right in this. It should do it right. That is weird. You can't break out of the menu? Oh. What's this puzzle menu doing in there? That's why it broke. I think I uncommented it because I was checking the code there to see if I could, you know, pipe it on over the other thing. And that led down the previous rabbit hole. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm gonna go check something real fast there. Which one of these is the input? Oh wait, what am I doing? Good idea. Did I change the inputs in here at any point? I might have. Sure did. All right, well, there's a bunch of options, isn't there? Gonna have to remap it to a key that makes the most sense for the keyboard because, well, I kind of adjusted a lot of the keys, but most of the things don't need a cancel per se because you just hit the same key again to cancel it. First of all, there we go, I fixed that. Cool. Well, that does that, but if escape is the menu there, then Control and Alt, are you though? Wait for a second. Oh. Well, I can't pick another one up. It makes the noise. That's good. That's a start. Okay, well, cancel set to be in the menu button? Let's hit various keys until we figure out a way to cancel that without hitting those. Huh. That's not a very good system. Guess I've overwritten the wrong keys, huh? Going the menu does it, but that's not what I want. Well, shift it is, because I guess that plugin thing is overwritten, cancel, and turn them both in the menu, and I don't care enough to deal with that way. Well, that's weird. How do I get out of these menus then, right? Well, escape does it, but escape also opens the menu. Wow. I don't like that. Well, just use shift as the cancel. It's not like there's a run non-run option. I guess there could be. I guess there is technically. So I don't know why I actually bothered to give her any kind of walk option. At what point are you ever going to want to do this? I mean, like, seriously, look at how slow that is. Would you ever willingly do that? I mean, maybe for a cutscene, I guess. Otherwise, it's pretty certain you're just going to run the whole time. When she walks, boy, I don't know why the player would. Seems kind of a wasted animation. Well, that'll do for now. I'm going to tweak with the controls over time, but I could also just show a button on the screen they could click in order to remove it too. You know, that's an idea. On a button on the screen they can click if they're nearby something they can do, as opposed to now where you basically have to hit the space bar because I haven't restructured the mouse to to change the cursor and do a different action based upon what it's clicking on. I had kind of a method of doing it, but the problem was is it was just horribly unstable because I'm using Q movement, which was made for MV, which I tweaked it to work on MZ, sure. And then, actually, it starts with Q plus, and then that's the base plugin. Then Q movement works off of that, and then Q pathfind is what actually handles the mouse. They start calling back to each other, and it's just this nightmare of why would you ever program it this way? Q plus and Q movement work fine, but Q pathfind is a nightmare. It's got a bunch of to do things, but since the guy left the community in 2018, I'm pretty certain they're never getting done. I just have this sneaking suspicion. The sizing's a little better on these, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it looks like you could fit 5 of them pretty easily, and they'd look close. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it looks. They might not quite fit vertically very well. I don't know. What we're gonna do is it's not even 25 of them here. There's like only a handful, but why am I trying to put them in the right order? Who cares? I just want to see if they how many fit. That's much better. Doesn't even fit that well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make them way less wide there. Okay, well, I'm glad I did that. Because I mean, like, they're gonna be a little bit off, so this one will actually be. No, actually, they're gonna all fit in there. Never mind. That's not okay. So I basically need to add a whole other piece in. Wow, I was way off on the sizing on that. I'm sure I'm way off on the sizing of this one too. So it'll be approximately there. Even ramming them together like that would barely yield anything there. Alright, well, as we can see, my visual estimation sucks real bad. Okay, well, we got to fit like a whole other piece in there. Each one's about 260 is the rough guess right now. Never mind, it's not 260. Well, see 240. That means that we're working with 960 by 640. Just doing some quick maths here. $192. Yeah, I just have a calculator on the other screen. I'm not gonna lie to you. The more I have to do math in my life, the lazier I get about it. Too true. Also, I'm gonna make a quick thing here so that she stops talking if the puzzle's active. Well, actually, what I could do. Oh, we'll do it the right way. Do need to change this one here. And the game sounds like she wants to quit the game. We don't want that. That'd be weird. We always do it in reverse order, so this way you can't just accidentally rapid click and mix something up. And she's already got code in the game, so let's just adjust her code and make my life easy. I was just turning the switch off and waiting. Oh, well, I'll keep all the things there just so I don't have to remember. Except for she's not going to move anywhere. I don't need both these arrays anymore because that was how the tarot game worked. This tarot match thing is irrelevant to this particular test here. I'll leave it for now, but the way I'm going to check for that is going to be based on the locations in that array. I'm going to save those locations to an array. And since that's my plan, let's just do that right now. Puzzle game locations array. Do not do it in that order. This code is getting terrible. I'll definitely make it better in a moment. I might space them out a little more too. I usually make them objects, so this way I don't have to sit there and try to remember what each of the little dumb things is in the command list. There's usually a lot of dumb things in those command lists, and it just gets tedious to remember it all. Whereas the other, it just has, you know, it just tells you what it is because they're all properties with a name. Rows, columns is fine. I know that total doesn't work. I'll raise the total to like 16 and see if it breaks. No, don't do that yet. I have a better idea. Better idea is to make certain the other code works first and have only one potential issue. Um, oh, that's fine. Since I already have a locations thing in there, I just do this. Actually set value location array, and then locations is already a thing. And now I'll be able to just use this. I'm probably not going to recycle this, but whatever. I might ish recycle it. Maybe at some point I'll turn all the puzzle things into one giant thing that just does them all. That could happen too. That does sound like something I would do. I hate having code that's all over the place. But build it first, and then worry about optimization. It's a much better plan. And then I'm going to console log this just to see if it does what I want. Okay, so I like that. And I've changed the size on this. And then to end the game, she does that. Sure, I guess that's fine. The other thing to check is if I actually change this here. Puzzle game reset, and then I need to fix both its 5 and maybe it's D for that matter too. Oh, that's already just set and good to go. I don't really care about that page, and 3 doesn't matter either. Make her just look down all the time. Let's use this one over here. I forgot something here. Under choices, it's running both. Should not be running both. That needs to be right there. It wasn't running both. You can't run both for that. For some reason I thought of it as like a switch statement where I forgot a break in it, but no. Okay, well, I just noticed it changed the photo over there, which is why I was like, wait a minute, something ain't right. Alright, well, not really, but I needed it to go off this anyway. Actually, what's the console say? And then what'll happen is I'll be checking, if if its piece number is actually like, 1, then I'm going to check and see if it's nearby this location. And if it is, then I'll put it there, and so on down the line for the second and third and fourth. Just check this array. So this way I'll be able to tell if the pieces are in the right location, and I'll be able to play an animation or whatever, switch to a page and have it, stick there instead. So one step closer to what I'm looking for. I just have the location completely off for where I want them to be at. Need to be higher up. And I forgot to put a thing that stops her from talking. I'll borrow this. Alright, so am I okay with the size on these? I don't know. Last time when I tried to just visually gauge it, it didn't gauge very well. So, I'm going to assume that I don't know what I'm doing very well when it comes to just randomly looking at something and assessing the size. Probably not. Look, -10. This one needs to be way different. Maybe we'll try 16. I don't know. Like I say, if we're doing this for as its own separate little mini game and not as something that has to be done for the game itself in order to progress, I'll make it so that it can be much bigger, have bigger puzzles to play with or something, and an actual map for it, which I'll probably design tonight too. I'm not sure if I'm going to design an actual all the cool graphics for that tonight or not, but I'll design the area and the logic behind it. There's a change I'm going to make right now, so I don't forget. And that's to make those puzzle pieces follow at a greater distance, because now that you can only pull one, the player's a lot faster than it. So I wanted to still follow the player even if they're, a little farther away. It's just kind of it doesn't play very well in testing so far. Oh yeah, turns it off. Let's see if I have that messed up or not. Oh, okay, well, the first thing that's probably necessary was to include, I don't know, a check to see if someone's pushing the OK button. It really is the case. The more and more complex and better I get at coding, the more I completely overlook some of the really stupid things. Yep. Every time. I want that. And as for the placement, they need to just be there. I don't know why this number's so much greater. It's spawning more than 8 pieces, isn't it? Oh. I was trying to spawn duplicates, but I don't want duplicates. In fact, there shouldn't really be a spawn total option on this one. I'll probably change all those so that that's not a thing. You can go pretty far away from player. I think that's a lot better. Okay, well that's still errors if it's more than 8. Why does it error if it's more than 8? All right. Now let's look at spawn total here. Spawn total. For every eye, it's going to sit there and run through this loop. Is there a reason to do that? Is there a reason for this second loop at all? I don't think so, actually. I did copy this code off the other one, and the other one did have a different way that worked, so it's not surprising if I attempt to cheat and not have to do as much coding backfired a little. I mean, it mostly worked, kind of. If that's the case, you know, I can just start getting rid of a lot of things here. Like, I don't need this total here. I can just have spawn total be a thing. I'll remove that from the array. And I'll adjust that there. So let's go over here and adjust the command in here. Let's go ahead and click the wrong thing. Excellent, excellent. Well done. Let's see where it actually gets to here. Just doing this so that I know what it is that I'm calling there. If it fails before it even gets there, then that's its own problem. But if it gets there, I want to see what the information is saying. It does need to be able to spawn all 25 pieces. Oh, you know what? Before we do that, I'm just saying, if I'm going to do 25 pieces, I probably want it to be a 5x5. Yeah, just maybe. Just a thought. That could also be why it's erroring too. Maybe not. I don't know. I didn't double check for that, but that'll give 25 locations, so that should get the job done. Because otherwise, it's pushing to that trash array so that it doesn't reuse anything. But then it's going to keep going because it's going to run out of locations, I assume. We'll go over to this one. Ooh. We got a little farther this time. That's exciting, isn't it? You tried to find a 26, you say? Alright, alright. That explains why it crashes. Yeah, I have a plan for how to figure out which of these she's going to go to. I've already got a system set up so that our friend Tinka here is walking along, and if she gets within a certain range of each of these pictures, it has a variable that's already watching, 229, which is another array. And if she's within a certain distance of these, she can talk to the player. But because she'll know which these are, she'll be able to instead take this variable here and it'll check if she's nearby, and it'll put that command into the thing that she spawns all the images around. So she'll be able to spawn all the puzzle pieces based on the location of the center of one of these events. I might have individual arrays for each of those there, or just like a, well, not really a self variable, because the self variable would work because they, no, it wouldn't, because if you leave the map and came back, the self variable would be gone. I don't spawn those events in. I'm probably going to have a already completed thing. But I already have that. I'm going to have a different array for each of the various puzzle pieces for each area anyway. So when you get into each of the areas, it knows which is to still spawn. I'll just be able to pull that information and have it show up on the actual picture in question. I may need yet another array for ones that are successfully placed too. We'll get to that. Job one, make it so they can all be placed in the right location. Have it do the effect so that they stay. And then we'll worry about remembering that location and all that. But to be fair, once it's already unlocked, you don't even need to remember the location because it'll just remove all the puzzle pieces and it'll be a solid image instead. So you would just clear that array, but you'd still want an array temporarily anyway until they fixed it. Or I could just wait for her to actually spawn the puzzle thing at the time and not have them just sitting out and about. I don't know. The argument is, do I have the puzzle pieces just floating there whenever you want to mess with them? Or do I make her summon them for you? I'll think about that. I don't know. Whichever way plays out better, I guess. Because for them to be... If I want them to just float around a level, RM can't handle too many things at once. Like, it's going to have an issue. It always does. There's already a lot going on the map. So for pure memory management purposes, what I'm going to have to do is have them come in and mark where they're at. So they'll set their own personal little variables there and like that. And then I'm going to have them Might be another array thing. When they're removed by like a distance thingy, they'll have to add themselves to the array with their new position. And then when you get near it, it's going to have to check that array to see which ones are there. And then spawn them in based on that position. I actually have that built into the regular levels. I had that for the puzzle pieces in the other game. Exactly that. Because you could drag the puzzle pieces around, and then if they were annihilated by either the giant wall of like nothing that's just annihilating the world, or if they are annihilated by the bubble thing for memory management purposes, they needed to be back there. So the player never realized they were gone, because there was a way to reset the whole world too, so you could annihilate the world. So I could recycle that system. It's just going to need to be done differently for this. So much complex stuff is here just for the memory management purposes. A lot of things that would not be necessary in other engines that will remain nameless. To be fair, though, I don't know how to do a lot of this other stuff in those engines that shall remain nameless. It's not like it's a, oh, I got this. I don't know. I'm sure I could eventually figure it out. I figured out all this, so I'm sure I could figure it out, but I is less than spawn total. The spawn total is 25. But it adds to the I afterwards. Instead of adding it at the top, it's adding it after. Oh, well, if that's the case, let's start I at 1. That should fix that problem. Because I think it should. We'll find out. Originally I was counting from the start of an array, so having it be 0 made the most sense. I can also just put one less number than I want to spawn. That seems illogical. Like, why would it be one less? And then I'd have to remember that it has to be one less, I think. That just would be... Huh. So if we started at 0, it errors looking for piece 26. But otherwise... it does do a piece 25. Piece 1 happened right there. It did a whole bunch of trash array things. Spawning them all in. With only 24 locations in the array, though. Array 25, and then the trash array is... well, the trash array is obviously always going to be one less. Because these are times that it's already been used, so it should be one less. There are 25 locations, though. I see. Alright, well... to save my sanity for remembering things... because I won't remember that I need to do one less. Let's subtract 1 from spawn total. Actually, no. Let's just do that. I should really just start it in the next map. I don't know why I keep starting on the title screen. There's a lot of things that are set up by the title screen, though, so I'd have to make this map set them up to save time. So I'm not sure if I'd actually save a lot of time in the long run, but I guess every time I do any form of testing, it's going to do that again and again and again. Still have to see if these are the right size. I also don't know why I still have the weird things floating in the air on this map. I copied a weather from my other game. I do have a little wind going by. If you're really paying attention, you can see it, even though there shouldn't be wind in an attic. Still kind of a cool effect, even if it's not supposed to be there. Well, let's see here. Oh, hey, Freeze Epic, how's it going? Wrong button. Just need to see if these are the right size. Doesn't matter if they're... Doesn't matter if they're actually in the right location. Irrelevant. Well, they're close to each other. Yeah, good to see you too, Freeze Epic. Welcome back. So watching me do really dumb things with this engine? I don't know. This is close enough. I'm obviously going to turn off the portal for this. But, you know. Soon. Okay, so clearly these need to be wider. Yeah, close enough. I need to move closer to the player because it was really hard to position that up the top here. That was annoying. I guess I'll make them about, what? Maybe like 4 or 5 wider? Well, actually, that's probably almost 100 pixels right there, isn't it? Characters are very wide, so that might be 100 pixels. We'll compromise at 80. We'll have plus 20 to all of them and see where that puts it. And then maybe like plus 4 on these ones here. They're just a little bit too not there. I could have a giant hole in the attic and have the reason for that wind there. But then that would beg the simple question of, okay, well, if there's a hole in the attic, why don't the toys just leave through the hole in the attic? Like, it wouldn't really be trapped there at that point. It would be kind of dumb. Like, okay, well. I really want a reason to have the cool wind effect. That's my explanation. Let me talk to her real fast. I want to test one of her commands. I did not do what I intended. Thanks for trying. Thanks for trying. So once again, there's one too few positions. Oh yeah, I'm starting to really question this weird ghost mechanic. Yeah, it looks neat. It's cool in the game. In combat. I agree. It sucks in the story mode. It is terrible. It is not good. It's not good at all. Let's fix that. Just bring that up real fast. And I'll drag it over onto the screen here. Oops. Critical fail. Yeah, fix the little glitch with that real fast by doing this. And it's just using the fog image. Oh no, your English is great, Freeze Epic. Don't worry about it. You see some of the things that I type. Whew, your English is fantastic. Yeah, I think opacity would make a big difference too. Actually, how about this coloring? Didn't I load the right particle? I could sworn I did. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, this just sucks. Well, the alpha end is so tiny. Okay, well, new strategy is new. But for the new strategy, I'm just going to make a new image because it's already got, like, its opacity is already almost non-existent in the first place. It's just not a very opaque image. Not a, it's too opaque of an image. There you go. It's the opposite of what I originally said. These are not arranged by name, are they? One of the beautiful things about being the artist, too, is that I can just change things, so it's perfectly fine. Because all the particle is it's just using this image here. That. It's just using this thing, which doesn't even look that, you know, it's already kind of opaque to start with. It can be more opaque, though. That looks like it's like almost not even there. um, I guess we'll call it fog light. You know, for English it should be called light fog, but to find it in the list of files, it'll be much easier if it's called fog light. Okay, so for the story mode only, we're going to do this. For the regular combat area, I'm going to stick with the other one because in that one it actually looks good, but here it does not look good. Here it's a bad life decision. I guess for the other story map here too, for map 20 it also needs to be not so big, but this character is much smaller, but still we'll do this. The other thing I want to change, I believe the height that the player is spawned at. I think I'll just do it from the animation plug. No. I need to change this here. Animate actor. I did not declare a Z. Well, time to declare a Z. I think the other thing's at like also 5, so we'll just make this Z5 as well. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Freeze Epic. I really am. It's been a thorn in my side through every puzzle test so far. It does not look not look good. I guess I didn't change it on the title screen. Whatever. It doesn't matter on the title screen since it's below the character and everything's so big anyway. Now it looks really wimpy. Well, it's less. Well, the other problem is bloom is on. And bloom makes anything that's white really white. Which is why it looks like it's, even with it being one of the most, having a very low opacity in the first place, with bloom on, it's just the whitest thing ever. And to showcase that, let's turn bloom off. You see what I mean? It's I think that's the only place bloom's even applied. We'll see. Maybe it might be applied everywhere. Actually, let me double check and make sure it's not applied at a bunch of other locations. No. You'd think I'd put it on map load like a smart person, but nope. I guess the assumption was I was going to turn bloom on and just leave it on forever. But without bloom, you can see that that's already a grayish color. But you'll see here how, look, it's like, an actual mist. Which is why it was so powerful before. You also notice how these don't have, how they don't have the bright lights either. That they're much more washed. You like it better without the bloom? Okay, that's fair. But then these portals also less bright too. That's a notable thing. If you think it looks better without bloom, bloom does require a lot of extra resources that, if I don't need it, it's not a bad thing. Just saying. Without bloom, all the projectiles look like this instead, which, aren't too bad. Everything's a lot more, obviously a lot more washed because bloom makes everything a lot more white. But overall, maybe it is better without bloom. The whole game's a lot darker, I guess is the best way to put it. Well, a lot of the point of streaming was so that people could tell me what looked good or what worked good and what didn't. So we'll just leave it off. Why not? I didn't turn the other one off. Oh my gosh, there's two of them now. Oh no. One of you is the right one. Did I guess right? No. Sure. There we go. Okay, well, these are a better location. They need to be a little up, a little higher, but I kind of want to space them apart more, though, so they're easier to click on. Close enough. I might want the puzzle pieces to move faster. I And by might, I mean I really want the puzzle pieces to move faster. That might just be a tester thing, though, where since I'm the one testing the game. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with bloom. There are just some things that really do look nice with the bloom. But unfortunately, it's bloom on everything or bloom on nothing. You don't really get the option. The pieces are just slightly too wide this time around. We'll try like minus 20 on them. Wait, no. Minus 10. Roughly the right location, close enough. Maybe roughly around there. Grab one that's not at their height, so I don't have to deal with them trying to talk to me. No. No. Yeah, if I position those a little closer together, they got to be a little smaller too. Not by a lot, but just a small amount. That shrink each one by 4. Alright, she doesn't erase the puzzles correctly either. And we still have one missing. Like, there's one empty space. The question is, where in my code did I botch something? Because I assuredly botched it somewhere. I'd like it to just count for me. I'll do that. There's an old error on to do this one here, but let's see. I'm gonna delete that one puzzle piece in a second. Doesn't need to be there. I also was supposed to move those up one. Oops. Oh, I didn't tell it to count. Let me read how I did this. What's happening is this loops forever. This will make it so that it breaks the loop if it keeps doing it too many times. Well, I'm thinking about it. That piece and I, we've had our time together. It's fine. I'm sure it understands, and I understand. It doesn't need to be there anymore. What was that piece number anyway? It's going to spawn 333 somewhere. I didn't just put one there, did I? $280. Yeah, this does not need to be. Also, what does not need to be is on this map here. Map 1. This doesn't need to be there either. So I stopped forgetting. If I know exactly how it is, I will get to testing something else, be like, oh, maybe this, and pretty soon I'll forget the little simple changes I was supposed to make. Interesting. Well, it failed too many times when trying to generate the trash array, so it runs this code a lot. Originally, I was subtracting locations from the array, but there was an error that was caused by that. And that's why I stopped. So we'll have if so it's a lot easier when it stopped on the spawn array because it where just once it got to the spawn array it stopped. So these things here push themselves to up here. $306. Let me try that. It pushes it first and then checks the length. Okay, so that's good to know. I think the problem here is that when the event comes in, it's adding stuff to the array and then checking for a number, so it gets one too large. I think. Right? Actually, I'm gonna go put it like that. Set that like that for the moment, and then I'm gonna do this here. Oh no, I should have that. I almost want to make the graphic back to the original for this because now it's too transparent. There was an error somewhere in here. Where? Hmm. $270. Oops. I was setting the value to be equal to that as opposed to comparing the value. Every once in a while I make the mistake. It doesn't happen that often, but every once in a while I'm like, I don't think about it and just put one equals in there. Oops. Maybe that. Not a good plan. Will error. I'm just randoming an entire space scene behind the entire map, so that's why it's always different in this picture. Well, would you look at that? All 25 pieces. Oh, yeah. Yep. We making big gains here. Oh, yeah. We got this. And the two arrays are ending up maxed out, which is, I assume, what you want, really. And then means it's used all of them. And then it loops one more time. But that loop one more time means that it's equal here. So then it just breaks it. And this is purely because of the fact that one thing is counting just slightly different than the other, so it seems to cause some errors. I don't need this then if that's the case. It also means I don't need all these console logs either. Okay, I'm going to need these at some point. I'll have to work a thing out for that. That might actually be the next thing. Okay, I'm going to have to rework her code for this one. I have an idea here. So every time she gets close to one of the things that she's actually able to, like one of the actual paintings, where she can actually talk to you, it makes a check for comparison against anything in game variables 229. So, wait, does that return a thing here? I don't know if that returns a thing or not. Let me check here. I may have to rework my code here. Okay, so uh, There's a found event ID. Wait a minute. I got the bright idea to make this more complicated than it probably needs to be. Oh, okay, that finds a thing. That might actually be the better one, right? One of the options here is to have the this function find the nearest event to the player from an array of events. And then it returns the found event ID. I could also just return that anytime, though. Well, that returns true. Because most of the time I want it to return true, because then it just knows that if there's something nearby, go ahead and do something with that. I don't know if I want this to actually set any kind of self variable for that, do I? I guess it already does. It has the ability to set self variables for this. Do I just run the find code all the time? That's an idea. It could always find the nearest. Oh, but this command runs a lot, so I'm not sure I want to put that additional strain on it. So what I could do is have it do find instead. And then do a distance calculation against that event. It would mean she'd have to run 2 different calculations. That might be smarter than trying to make this run the extra calculation every time. Okay, so okay, here's my plan here. She's only going to run this code if you tell her to open the puzzle menu. So cell switch B. Okay. So And just to double check, this only pulls the nearest, right? Let me console log this. Armed with that self variable there. That um, I literally wrote that, so I didn't have to write that twice in here. That's pretty much it. Could have just copy pasted, I guess. Oh, why did I write that? Puzzle target is what it's supposed to be. Oops. Close enough. This will, of course, completely throw my numbers off, but that's okay. What this should hopefully do is cause her to spawn it near whichever one she's walking by. I'm gonna have it spawn around that so it'll be all nice and neat. Also, while I'm thinking about it, there's one other change that I mentioned to make and I just didn't bother to make it. Not related, but I just remembered it. And that was to turn this back to what it was. Because Bloom was making it so dark that it basically, oh sorry, so bright that it was ruining the effect. So let's see what it looks like as it originally was without Bloom. Or as it originally was but without Bloom, I should say. It won't make the change yet. We'll do it on the next time through, but that's okay. I'm sure there will be more testing. Yeah. Nice, nice. Obviously completely incorrect. Event 2, there we go. Perfect, perfect. And just to test, I'm now going to, I talked to her more on the right side that time. I'll talk to her on the left side this time of this event. Sure. I forgot to change that, whatever. Ooh. What did I do this time? You know, that's probably important. I need to remember to empty that array when I am done with it. It was almost a good plan. Yeah, you know, I just didn't think about it. Oops. All too often, I definitely do some funny things. Yes, yes. Hmm. I think I hard coded this one. Yeah, 306 is what adds them. I think. Do, 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 do. $364. Wait, didn't Tinka fix that? Nope. Oh, it should be adding to 374 anyway. Oops. You know what might have been actually causing the error, and I wasn't even thinking about it? So I wasn't resetting that array and everything? I was spawning one random piece in. Remember the test piece? The test piece was adding itself to the array too. The array was always coming out as one too many because of that test piece. Wow. Oops. What is 306 then? Uh, uh, that's not right. That's not right at all. So it should be 374. That'd have been really funny when I went into a level and I based everything on the heal cost there. Shouldn't matter though. As far as I could tell, that was never triggering, or maybe it was and I just didn't notice. I don't know. I want to make one other change before I do this. Actually, two other changes. The first change is that I want it to have a better starting location. It was really far over to the right. I think it was it too high? I think it was also too high. We'll adjust it to that and see where it goes from there. And then when you tell her to close the event, it doesn't destroy everything. It's supposed to, but it doesn't. It should do number 5 here. I like how she greets me every time I enter the game, just waves hi. It's like, how's it going? So this is what it looks like originally with the little smoke trail. You can still see through it, but it's a lot less, not as bad as it was when Bloom was on. Cool, cool. All 25 are there, and I think I want to space them out a little more so they can actually move them onto the picture, maybe. It's not really seem like they'd be a mess and kind of a pain to move on the thing. Well, the question for Freeze Epic is this better than where I just had the really light version of it? I mean, I guess if you're moving over there, she doesn't block it as bad anymore. The pieces are a lot bigger too. I'll have to think about this. Yeah. That did not break those. I guess I'll just have to keep testing it and see if it looks better or not over time. Feel free to let me know what you think if you decide it looks better or worse. So page 5 never triggered? That's not correct. That can't be the case. I have to assume that I have 2 puzzle game resets and puzzle game actives. Ha, ha, ha. Wow. Okay, well, listen. Isn't that the awful part? Is the bloom really does look good. Yeah. I've been arguing on the bloom thing for a long time. I keep adding it and removing it because some things just look that much better. It gives it a very mystical feel. However, you have to avoid all forms of white. Because white and bloom, it doesn't mix. It just turns into the brightest thing ever. I could actually redo her smoke trail to be a different color entirely, like gray or something. In fact, I'll try it. Why not? What's the worst that happens, right? It all explodes and we just no longer speak of it. We're like, that game, it didn't happen. It just went boom and it's gone. It's fine. Don't worry about it. If that's how this game ends, that's funny, but hopefully not how it ends. Okay, so I mean, she could actually just have black fog. Usually I associate white with spirits, but it doesn't have to be white. On the other hand, though, it will still make it probably hard to see. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I can always mess with it. And then I want to make one test here before I do that. She couldn't remove the puzzle, but what she can do is still start another one, right? Aha! Obviously, it's going to be lag central because of the fact that the console's open, if nothing else. Yeah, once you close the console, it's fine. So we're getting close to what we want. I think I've already done all the testing for that setup. Let me check her to make certain she's flipping the right switches. Okay. That was just me having two of the variables of the same name and forgetting that I had already made it once. I had to go through this project and really just clean it up. There's just a lot of bad code from when I originally made the game like 2 years ago. Or made the Game Jam game that was the basis of it. I don't know if I like that better or worse. Blocks the back of her better. It does kind of match her a little better. I am in agreement on that. It matches her outfit better, so it looks like it flows off that a lot better than the other. The only issue I have is going up and down, but that's been an issue with any color, so that doesn't matter. I'll find a way to fix that eventually. Huh. Alright, well. Once again, bloom is on. All the puzzle pieces are there. Sure. That did not turn off. Why did it not turn off? Page 5 did not happen. Yeah, what looks really amazing in Bloom is these portals. These portals are the best thing ever when Bloom is on. Also, the little particle on this looks much better. Obvious projectiles look kind of the same. The explosions look better. The clouds, I think, look a little bit better. They're a lot more stormy with like lightning in them or something. Maybe not. The clouds might need some work. Yeah, there's just some things that look better. I don't know. I really like the bloom. But I mean, if I just remove all the white from the game, or make things where they're not incredibly white, like these things have a little white on them, and that is fine. It just can't be super white. Oh. Yeah, you know, it might have helped if I actually just didn't click OK after deleting the previous variable. Oh wait, I want to do one more test. Maximize my tests here. I think I'm gonna push it one more over to the side. But I'm gonna push it one down. And I think between all these ones here, I'm gonna put one extra space in between those. I can't really put one extra space between the Y's though. They kind of are already awkwardly placed as is. I guess I could. I'll see what it looks like with the extra space. Why not? I know what it looks like without the extra space. When I was building these maps, I didn't really account for needing to build a puzzle on top of it. It just never occurred to me, so... This is actually a mechanic that would probably fit better in the other game, but I don't know. I mean, it's not the worst. Kind of cool. Oh yeah, these suck a bit though. Like, these clouds get super bright. I might have to choose different colors on that, because some of the colors are too bright. Well, right off the bat, they have to go one over to the other side there. Yeah. I think I can fix this problem here. Let's see. DM sets them. I believe start was the one I used. And these are the problems here. All these thingies. The ones that work best are red and blue. I made this giant space setup and everything like that originally for a different game entirely, and I've been recycling the stuff ever since. And I made a whole bunch of different colors for all the different nebulas and stuff. And most of them don't work very well with bloom at all. But when I made them all, bloom wasn't a thing that I was using, so, you know, it never occurred to me. So it's purple space, orange space, yellow space. I think I can keep purple, so 175. I'm gonna write these down because my memory is the worst thing ever. It's pretty much like a cracked out goldfish. Basically my memory in a nutshell these days. That's white, we don't want white. Okay, that's not helpful. Did I not mark what they were? The only ones I marked what they were these ones? It's horrible. Oh, red space right here. $171. I'll keep these ones. 171, 153, and 175. All right. This particular plugin also sets up the bubbles that for the random map generators. All it is just a bunch of events that it keeps track of, and it adds and removes if the player's too close or too far to things. And this is the one that needs to be dealt with right here. And then the other change I wanted to make before I do the next test is making the negative on the X higher, not lower. Honestly, it probably needs to be much farther over. We'll see how it goes. I gotta close the previous version. All right. I did save this, right? Okay. Made that mistake plenty of times. Go to test something, discover I forgot to save the plugin. All the info in it. The DM plugin is the most unsaved plugin ever, because it has the most weird stuff in it. There you go. Red works fine. Yeah. Well, there should be red, blue, and purple are the ones that'll appear. Red and blue I already know look good. I'm just curious to see how the purple looks. If the purple is too light, then I'll just ditch it. I already know the red and blue look amazing. That's why in the tarot minigame they only use red and blue on that map. Oh. The other thing I want to test, like she needs to move that over to the left a bunch, but aha, they're gone. The little fire effect looks stupid, but that's okay. I didn't bother to turn it off. Actually, she doesn't have a never mind anymore. She needs a never mind option. Oh, yes, she did have it, and I just didn't notice it. Whatever. She has it right there, yeah. Yeah, the text also looks kind of cooler too. With bloom on. Brighter, nicer. I'm gonna need more than one puzzle thing here too. Right now I have it set to only use the same puzzle. Oh yeah, I'm super excited this worked for these epic. The worst part is it was just because I had the wrong variable set as the page condition. That's it. Just one dumb thing. So I'm okay with how high they are up. I almost want to scatter the pieces around instead of having them lined up like this. But I might just take the win on this one and move on to making the rest of the system first before I do the other. So let's see here. She's on top of the puzzle pieces. That's good. That was another thing I needed to check. I also need an option to shut off all the portals and everything behind her so she doesn't interfere with them. Of course, I might have a thing where if the puzzle's not even assembled, you can't even go in yet. That's true. That's probably the thing that's going to happen. I think temporarily I'll just disable this portal entirely. For testing. This one doesn't even have it. I can just test on this one just fine. You know what I'm also going to do? I think I like the black fog better for the ghost thingy too. So I'm going to go ahead and just change that on all of them. Just seems like the right call here. It's actually like the third thing that people watching the stream have actually suggested that I ended up doing. I actually changed the overall color of the game too because of the fact that it was originally a lot more blue. But the person decided it was way too dark. I think I changed something else too very recently because of that. Everyone's just like, yeah, this, and I'm like, that's a good idea. I guess I've changed all this in there. I have to change this right here. This is the one that governs in combat. The actual plan with the game is to release, a prototype that people can mess with, and then they can suggest things for me to improve on stream. So it's a game that's going to produce all kinds of content for people to watch. Of course, the first version is taking longer than I thought it was going to take. But now I have a pretty good idea for how the story is going to go and how the actual game flow will go on that. So that'll make a big difference. That gives me a more clear idea of where I'm heading with things, as opposed to before where I was just kind of winging it. So we're changing that there. And then all the locations were being set into location array, which I did was 375, I believe. Oh, no, wrong one. Let's see. Yeah, 375. Also, I guess for now there's a never mind. Do that, and then $375. I guess we'll do that. We'll do puzzle test. We'll call it that. Puzzle test needs the location array, and then just the EID. In fact, I'm gonna put the EID first because it's easier to. It's nice to just always have that be the first thing. I don't got to think about it. I almost immediately do this every time because if you just send the whole event object with a common event like that, it'll send you the common event and not the event in question. But the common event does know the event ID that called it. You can just send that and then you can get the event ID that way. Or you can get the full event that way. You do this and then map.event EID. Now event obj is the entire event. So I probably could have shortcutted this a bit here. This music pack that I got from Humble Bundle has some really strange things in it. I think I need one more array, right? There's two ways I can go about this. Because I know piece numbers are in fact an actual number, they could get converted back from a wait, no, they're actually just they're just a number. They're not a string at all. Right? I think. Let me double check that. I need to know this information before I get all crazy here. I can see that, like a Dark Alice in Wonderland thing. What was that track called? I backpedal to it. It was The Aged Tree. Interesting. Because the other game I'm making is more of a kind of a Dark Alice in Wonderland game, sort of. Sort of. I mean, it definitely had a lot of Alice in Wonderland themes, so it was a pretty dark game. It wasn't quite Alice Madness Returns or anything, but might as well keep it in mind. Okay, so I'm setting these as... I'm just setting it as an actual number, just straight up. It's convenient. Well, I have DAS open still for some reason. I don't need DAS open. I don't know why I left that program open. Let's see, what was I doing here? So the plan is to yank the information out of these, which technically I don't have to do it that way. I could do it differently. I don't want it to be completely accurate, though. It doesn't have to be perfectly accurate. It just needs to be close. Oh, this thing was never built to do that, though. This compares against events. Hmm. Once I release the prototype of this game for like the week or something that I can let people test it, and or 2 weeks or whatever, however long it is for people to decide what works and what doesn't. Maybe I'll mess with that, Alice in Wonderland style game instead during just for a little while. It's that, or if people provide me with feedback fast enough, I could just keep working on it the whole time. But I'm gonna go ahead and assume that that's not the case. That I won't get like an incredible amount of feedback that fast because people will need time to mess with it. And if I'm streaming 5 days a week at least, I'm gonna need something to do. I'm glad you're excited, Freeze Epic. I really am. Like I could definitely use as many people who are excited about this as possible. So the prototype will just be a gist of the game anyway. It's not even going to be the actual. It won't even be a demo length, but It will give people the chance to participate in the game's development by just telling me what works and doesn't. Of course, technically, just watching the streams, you can suggest things and participate that way too. I think I could just use game map distance on this one, right? Let's see. I think. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I could just do distance. It's X1, Y1. Okay, something like that, sure. Yeah, crap. I just copied this so I could get this part without having to actually type anything because I'm lazy. Too lazy to type this. Where is it at? I know I have it somewhere around here. Actually, that plugin has it. I remember a place I had it. The color I had it. Perfect, perfect. The plan here is to switch itself switch D on, which in this case is not actually going to destroy it. It's just going to make it so that it can no longer be moved. And I might actually have it set its location to that spot too. I think it's set position. Yeah, it is. So this will set its exact position there, so it'll... You only have to be close. And then this is going to be actually... I need the rest of this code here. I didn't even write the rest of it. I could technically do the same set position on there, cell switch D, but then I have to set up a trip system so that it only does it once. This way it'll just do it the one time it does this and it won't matter. The puzzle test requires EID and location array. That's it, right? That's all I need. We settled on the actual array for this was 375, I believe. Right? Oh yes, geez, that's it. On this right here. So where am I going to run puzzle tests? I guess I could run it on both shift and the other. So this way, no matter which button you click, it will actually put it in the right location. Or maybe I just have it where if it's we'll do it on just shift at first, so I don't have to retype this code if it's messed up. It was puzzle test, I believe. Right. Yep. Oh, don't need that. So we need this. Wait, I don't need that in an if at all. I didn't write it to work in an if. That's crazy town. I mean, I could have it return true, but why not just have a script command that just runs it? Yeah, I'll just do that. Otherwise, it gets kind of confusing. But if you drop it and it happens to drop in the right location, that's not so bad. I'm going to include a thing in here. No, I don't need to do that. Because I'll just include it on their cell switch D. I already have a page 4 perfect, and it'll just do nothing from that point on. That's all it has to do. Just sit there. I have to leave that running though, that's true. I'm going to include a really big weight. So it doesn't spam that over and over and over. I only need to say it once. That's good enough for me after that. Alright. I did save this right. First attempt at actually getting the puzzles to line up in the right locations. Actually, let me do something real fast. I need to check the weather to see if it's actually going to be too cold tonight, because if it's cold enough, I have to actually set the pipes to drip. Otherwise, the pipes will break. They can freeze so much that it causes them to crack. Oh no, it's going to be perfect tonight. No worries. Important things to check for. There's no guarantee they actually break, but we will have no water at that point, which sucks. Until like the next morning. I haven't seen purple yet. No, purple's over here. Interesting. It seems fine. All right. Okay. $284. What's up with 284? Okay. 284 is giving a value of 0. That's weird. Is it weird? Because it sure seems a lot like... Like, I need that. Because the location array starts at 0. So, I'm gonna have to look for one position earlier. But I'm also going to go ahead and console log a lot of things because I don't want to... do it again. That was weird. Try to type console.log and you come up with html. Who knows what. Wasn't even HTML, that was just some big long thing, but still. Yes. And while we're at it, go and add the EID on that. Also for this one, add the EID. Just in case multiple events try to trigger at the same time, we can more easily follow which consoles we're talking about. I did save all that, right? Okay. Double check this stuff. Would not be the first time I made that mistake. It won't be the last. I mean, if it is, it'd be amazing. Goodness knows, I've made the mistake a lot. Also, on that title screen, it's using the wrong color fog. Oh yeah, the black looks so much better. Oh yeah, that's definitely so much better. It really just matches the character just that much better. It just looks like it flows off her dress. Oh, yeah, here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and have to value. Location array is the name. Oh, the number of the variable. It is not a call for the variable. Also, for some reason, it's also below her on this one, and it doesn't have the. On the other ones, I made a common event that sits there and adjusts where the fog is in relation to her. And this map does not have that. It's also under her, which looks weird, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Yeah, turn that on. Just because it looks horrible. Only because it looks so much better in the other areas. What do I call this one? And where did I put it? Usually I put it down with the player stuff, but did I not do that? Or is it on character setup? I don't know why I put it way down here. That doesn't make any sense. Silly me for not calling this whatever it was supposed to be called. I must have put it in here then. I did. Ghost Trail right here. NPC Ghost Trail. So I remember writing this function solely for this purpose. Yeah, it's done right here. I did use that same name? Okay. I had to redo the title screen. I don't like it at all. Especially now that Poppet's like huge. Like, you know, I don't really need a still image like that to be a thing anymore. Grab one of the corner pieces. All right, so what happened? Success didn't happen, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. Well, here's the thing. It worked. But it had some problems. And look, now those stick together. They're not perfect though, but they do stick. I didn't turn her off. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. Oh, maybe that one doesn't belong there. Maybe I said the wrong puzzle piece. Okay, well, they don't really get that close to each other. But if you see, you can't... Nope, you can still pick them up. Is that not the right one? You can't pick this one anymore, so it's in the right location. Why were there two of her? Huh. That's bizarre. Could be asking a whole lot of what's going on here. That's possible. Yeah, and these can't be picked up anymore. So getting them to actually land next to each other is going to be kind of a challenge. But we're getting close. I need to be able to set them more towards be more fitting, I guess. I don't know, or maybe not try to fit them directly into the frame so much as just try to assemble them into more of a rectangle. Let's see. I need to get the piece below that to see approximately where it would go. So I can also do this. Toss this over here. Yeah, they assemble a little too far from each other. Most definitely. Oh, they assemble way far from each other. That's yeah, those. So here's the initial problem. They need to spawn really close to each other. Because if I'm going to get that location array based on that, then I need to get the initial locations right. What I could do is I can create that location array, and then I can have create a second randomized set of locations where the puzzle pieces are going to spawn. That'll take a little more logic, but I think that's probably the better call. Yeah. Also, the FPS is terrible right now. We need to come up with a better solution for this. There is a lot going on in the map right now, though, so that could be part of the problem. It works, but it needs some tender loving care here, some TLC here. Yes. Yes, indeed. Let's make these closer. And then well, let's see. First of all, let's have them be inactive once they're finished. And then this other event needs to have another array on it. It needs to have a success array, the ones that have already made it to the right location. Yeah. I'm fine with how things are currently. I guess I could do two. They are pretty big. It's very difficult to place them exactly right. need a way to spawn them basically at like pixel based things here. Let's see. I'm spawning at pixel based stuff. It doesn't always work that hot. It's not really very good at it. Hmm. See how that plays out. Actually, was one of the changes I was going to make. This array. And let's see, what else do I want to do with that? The plan here is real simple. It's just going to add it to the array every time it succeeds, and then when that equals the number of locations, then it'll turn on the success switch, and then Tinker will go, oh shit, all right, oh sorry, pardon the language. The 3:54 a.m. is starting to run lower, and the whole being a coherent thing. Getting a bit tired. But I'm excited to keep messing with this, so I'm just continuing on. Yes. Okay, so success switch and the other array need to be defined here. I think I already defined both, actually. Let's see. I don't need this switch thing at all. Burning the Midnight Oil 2 freeze epic? No idea what time it is for you, but it's definitely getting early for me. I don't need this switch. That's not too bad. In the afternoon for you. Should be the middle of your day. That sounds great. Unless you have a weird schedule like I do. I guess the success switch is okay. I'll just keep the success switch. Sure. Oh, well, that's a long time. Why have you been awake that long? That seems terrible. How you do it? Like, after about 20 hours of being awake, I don't want to be awake anymore. And 20 hours is more than I want to be awake most of the time. Usually after 16, I'm like, I should just go to sleep. Why am I still awake? And then for the next 2 hours, I don't sleep. And then I finally sleep and get my 6 hours, and I'm good. Yeah, if you're sleeping more than 6 hours, you're just lazy, right? That's how it works. Let no one tell you different. That's hours that could have been easily burnt on YouTube or game dev or something. No need to sleep. It's weird. What's next? Healthy eating and exercise? No. Nah. Game dev and caffeine. It's basically the same thing as healthy eating and exercise. It's totally fine. I see someone else actually lives the life that I do. Uh-huh. You understand? Oh, when I started out with streaming, I actually was only available to stream when my roommate wasn't around, and he because our internet connection wasn't good enough, and he works nights, so he would actually leave basically just before midnight, and then I would have to stream after midnight until the early morning. And I work in the afternoon, so I have to go basically after around 6 in the morning. I gotta pretty much be in bed, or I won't be awake for work. Go to work and then have a few hours before I stream again. Streaming's fun. I mean, it's still work. It's It's not like a total free roll. You do feel it at the end of a long day where you're like, oh, I've been working 8 hours and I streamed 6. That's a 14-hour day. That's a lot. It gives very little time. Usually I stop streaming after about 3 hours if no one's watching, 4 hours if people are watching and I'm tired. But every once in a while I go like, one night I went 7 hours. I'm just like, well, I don't have to work tomorrow, so okay. I'm just in it to win it. Gonna go ahead and borrow this code right here. Make it nice and easy to be lazy and not have to do a bunch of extra code. Placeholder stuff in there, and yeah, good enough for me. Solve another. Let's do this. Make certain to actually set this condition to what it's supposed to be. And then she has to turn puzzle success off, because if she doesn't, then she'll just sit there and continuously loop forever. Alright, I guess I gotta solve one of the puzzles now. It sounded more fun on paper. Testing is the worst, but I want to make certain my code works, so make certain I've saved it. It's like with that tarot game where I had to sit there and continuously do that over and over, and it was just... It was tedious. I mean, it's not that... It's kind of a fun little mini game, but it's not a fun little mini game after you've done it like 20 times in like half an hour. It becomes a lot less fun. Yeah, there's no way it's ever going to be perfect is the problem. They're not the right locations. Ah, nope. There's one. Too many windows over here. They all look the same after a while. Okay, so I never defined that as a thing, I think, right? Right, the failure is on 288. The success array should be 376. I really didn't define that on her? I thought I would have defined it on her. Oh, and puzzle test has to do it. I forgot to add it to the puzzles themselves. Smart. All right, well, let's try again. Actually, one other change I want to make. I want the puzzle piece to be able to go closer to the player. It's very hard to position along the top. I do have to have a certain distance it can achieve because otherwise it'll sit there and just bounce back and forth under the player and look really stupid. We don't want that. It has to be a minimum distance. Pull this one over here. Another change we're about to make is making that move faster for the next time. Go really fast. In fact, this time, that's okay. It is what it is. Ah, sweet music to my ears. Maybe the sweetest music. They're still too far apart there. I'm gonna have to work on some sort of situation for that, but Let's trick her so she's far away and then go grab it. Haha, you can't get it before me, lady. That's right. I'm the fastest. Yeah. Not even the one I wanted. Whatever. Oh, it's in the right place. No wonder I can't move it. This goes... I don't even know. I guess right there. What a champion. I totally intended to put it there. I just knew from the start it went right there. 100%. Totally. Okay, as you can see, the places they place that aren't really very perfect. They're a little off. That's okay. We're gonna do some studying and probably rewrite some code to use pixels instead, so they're much closer. That one jumped to a good spot. That one not so much. Okay, well the Y's are way off. Kind of wish I had a little tractor beam on it or something like that. I'm also going to probably use a different particle for purposes of showing you have gripped one of these things and not the freezing thing. But it was convenient, so you know. That would fit nice. The fact that this one's like way off is so weird. Oh, you know what I should do? Instead of having the event still there, I should actually just show the image at the right location. So I don't have to have all these events just derping around. That'd be way smarter. Because, I mean, these are just so close and so perfect. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Huh. Getting them in the right position is actually kind of hard because they're not even remotely close to the correct positions. So it's not exactly, not the easiest puzzle I've ever done. Well, I guess that one's in its right location, huh? Really? Alright then, that's awkward. These are all in their right locations. Sure. They don't look like they're in the right locations, but that's okay. I ain't judging. I mean, I'm judging, but I'm not judging. Oh, there's pure judgment going on. Oh my god. The most judgment that has ever been judged is happening right about now. Where's this one? There it is. Where's the last piece? No. Tell me where the last piece is. It's the worst. There it is. I was like, don't tell me you did spawn the last piece after all of that. Okay, well, I think they've all been placed, right? Oh no. Well, the success array is 376. And there are 50 of them in the array, which is obviously not correct. Hmm. 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 Hmm, indeed. That was painful. I wish I'd checked for that in advance. Right. Okay, so... Oh. You see that part where I put the push in the console lock too? That was smart. Maybe the smartest of smart that ever smarted. But the location array should have been... If it was greater than equal to that, it should have worked, right? Hmm. It was that error there, but the location array is 375, so I can check that. That should have triggered. It did not trigger. Why did it not trigger? Because, I mean, it was 50, and the other one has a thing of only 25, so... Well, right, so that should trigger. Yeah. Yeah, it should totally have triggered. I don't get it. Weird. Well, also, this should be done in a different order, too. There should be an else. And the else should play the success thingy. This way I can play an audio for winning the entire thing. Which I could run in here, but I have ran in the event instead. Hmm. Okay, well, we're going to do a really cheesy test here. I'm going to go ahead and knock, it's 25 pieces. I'm going to knock 20 off of it. Yeah, yeah. This means I only have to place 5 pieces to trigger a win. Since I've already seen them all spawn, I really do not wish to place 25 pieces for every single test. Nothing's ever getting done if that happens. But I'll place 5 just to make certain it's got a bit of information. It might eventually just be like 2 or something, but sure, 5's fine. Look at how much faster it moves. It's wonderful. Okay, well, something weird here. Ray's already at 5. Ah, I made the mistake again. It's right here. Location array is just the number for it. It's not actually anything useful until I do that. We'll chalk that one up to a 4:24 a.m. type of thing. Yeah. Yeah. Saved it right good. The black smoke doesn't seem to really in the way of the puzzle pieces too much, so that's good. Oops. It's an array. You can't just minus 20 from an array. That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's literally just a bunch of values in various points. Minusing 20 from it does... What are you minusing 20 from? But I can't have minus 20 from the length, because the length is an actual number. Well, she didn't clear the puzzle, but it did trigger the win. So we've got it good. We've just about got this figured out here. Granted, I don't actually have the full version of that picture. I would actually need to go screenshot that picture in the other game because it's actually... I didn't keep it. It was a screenshot in the first place. It was always a screenshot. It was an old screenshot, too. Because I made the puzzle thingy so long ago, and it's so tedious to make them, I didn't want to make them again. Until I absolutely had to. It's like, well, I got ones to test with. That's good enough. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so... why didn't they remove them? And she needs to replace it with an image. In this case, she'll just replace it with an image from the actual game, and later on I'll change all the puzzle pieces to match that image. Yeah. Pretty much freeze everything. It's just fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. At some point. I will stop being lazy and make the puzzle pieces. Probably. I'm gonna have to at some point. A lot of art things I find incredibly enjoyable. Not the puzzle pieces. Not the puzzle pieces at all. It's actually a really cool filter that makes them, but you got to individually save each layer by copy and pasting it out of the thing. It sucks. So for each puzzle, you got to do it 25 times. It's awful. It's just awful. All right, so if Win is on, first of all, why didn't it delete those? Is the most important question. Oh, I see. She's still using Tarot Game Active. I don't want that. Might need to go on a different page entirely. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to, but well, let's see. I might, if I do that, I gotta put the whole command on. I can't just put part of it. Am I doing that? No, I'm gonna leave it for now. Thought about it, but I realized I'm not sure I want to do that yet. Gotta remember, optimize after you've made it work in the first place. Because, you know, something that's optimally broken is still broken. It's not very optimal, but I mean, it could be the most broken, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Why not? With Markiplier's video editor, he was programming a game for Markiplier, just because he's made a couple of them. He was saying his big thing that he would say the whole time is, as long as it works, that's all that matters. Like, he didn't care if whatever it took to get the job done. It didn't matter how messed up, how ghetto, how crappy it was. It was just better to have it done than not. And I mean, he completed a fairly impressive game in a month. I mean, I saw some of his streams on it, and yeah. Wise words. Wise words. As long as it works, that's what matters. Now let me go ahead and completely ignore those and just keep adding a whole bunch of crap into this game and trying to optimize it for no apparent reason. You know, just because I know some wise words doesn't mean I follow them, you know? I should. Doesn't mean I do, though. Not that long. He's all the way down here, I think. Oh, well, no, wait. What was the name of this event there? I ran this once before. I should probably run this as I guess I just run it here as well. Just duplicate it. You know, without the extra console log, because I don't think I need that. When I made this code to find the nearest event to something, I didn't think I was going to use it like this. I mean, it's proven to be very useful. It was originally so I could have heat-seeking projectiles, find the nearest enemy and hunt it down, and also so I could use it for logic for So the mobs are like, could hunt down NPCs you were trying to protect. But it can also be for puzzle pieces. Sure, why not? Putting pictures in the right location. I think I'm going to have her walk over to the side. And so you have to go talk to her to reset the puzzle. If you want. Because right now she's in the way. And it's annoying. Oh, well, that would work too, but whatever. There you go. See, boom. I got a picture there now. Sure, the effect will be better later, but and it'll look a lot better when I actually have, I don't know, puzzle pieces that fit a picture. But, eh, eh, eh. I had to do another test here to make certain that it works with a different picture. Or a different location, I should say. Oh, that's right, this has a portal. How annoying. But I don't really have to worry about that because what I'm going to do is um, only make the portal active if you've actually completed the puzzle anyway. Won't really matter. Okay, well, it didn't change the picture. That's interesting. Why did it not change that picture? I mean, I guess it already had a picture in it. Maybe the picture's over the top of it. Hmm. 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 Oh, well. See you when you get back, Freeze Epic. I might take a quick bio break myself. Goodness knows I've been standing here for like over 4 hours and drinking tea. So yeah, I think I'll be right back too. Yeah, maybe I'll switch out for water. I haven't done that. I've just been drinking tea and it's probably not the best. All right, well, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, I think this has a picture in the way. Let's see, where is she displaying this picture at? And she runs this code. Um, Z's at minus 13, that's why. What's the Z of the other one at? That one. This one. Not this one, this one. Yes. Yeah, negative 11. Okay. And the wall is at 10, I believe. Um, hmm. Hmm. I'm looking for this. I will set this curiosity farther back. We'll set it like 14 or something. And then for the test image here, I'll put it behind the test image, so I don't have to worry about that. I have to write the movement code here so she knows where she's moving. I can't say I like this track. It kind of sucks. It's 4 minutes and 32 seconds of not great. Some of these tracks are just real boring. Yeah, a lot of them. There's hundreds of them. One of these days I'm going to go through and delete all the really boring ones. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. So this is going to... I'll make you minus 11, just in case I want to put other things behind it. And then for this part here, puzzle game is active. I'll do this. So if it's not active, I want her to follow the player's X so that she's just kind of behind the photos. However, if it is active, I need... It's on this page too. This code here, so I don't have to retype it, because I am a little lazy about that. Puzzle position? Sure. So since she's already basing everything around whichever one of the events in this array is closest to her, so she knows what she's in which painting, Might as well make use of that same thing here for this. Hmm. Actually, I'm fine with this. Let him turn towards the player. The players nearby. Why did I write it like this? And not like a game map distance. What a weird way to write this. I guess game map distance compares X and Y's that are... I could use the same Y on those, right? Why did I write it like this? This is more of a step towards scenario, isn't it? Hmm. I wanted to step towards it. I don't want to have a... I don't want to have fixed movement. I just already have one here. She doesn't need all this. Who am I kidding? It was literally so she could run if she was too far from something, but she's never going to be that far from something. It's easier if I just have a target event, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Well, is it? I have an event already figured out. I don't know if I can use the self variables here, can I? remember this being a problem. I tried to use self variables last time and it did not work. But I can cheat. Yeah, put those on there so I can just use those. I'm gonna delete all this extra crap. I don't need all that. All I need is that. And then I was about to just put the self variable in for this and forgetting that it was just an actual event number and not the full event object. Okay, so we're gonna do this. And then wait, she lives at Y, right? She lives at Y17. I don't need this. She's always going to be at 17, not 7117. We'll have her walk to X minus 10. Why does it set for the player to move? Oh, never mind, I copied it out of it, that's why. Come on. What is this? No, it's not this event calling it. Actually, I'm not sure if I can actually get away with this or not. We're about to find out. I might have to do this the really long way, and I don't know if I want to do that, but I'm going to do it this way. I'll get self-variable. Puzzle location? I don't remember what it was. Let me double check that. Puzzle position. Good, good. -10. All right. Nice freeze epic. Order anything good? I guess I had to actually close the previous version. Nothing I need to save. Good, good. You know, I should probably record her doing this and then put that as like, like the stream ending thing or something. I just like that she's just sitting there waving. She just doesn't care. Okay, well, you know, that's cool and all, lady, but now she's kind of off the screen. That doesn't help. I wonder if she keeps walking, if it even broke. She kind of walked a little far off the screen, made it a little hard for me to tell. She did walk, that's good. Hmm. Well, no, I'll do it this way. Less effort to look through things. So, game map, got events. Just thought why. There's extra space in there for no reason. Well done. Location. Good. Got myself water this time. I've been pretty much just sipping tea, and it's after 5 a.m. I probably, if I ever want to sleep, should probably stop with the caffeine. Just maybe. And she walks off. How far does she walk, though, is my question. She's still walking? Maybe. Oh yeah, she's still walking. She's really walking. I can only conclude that she's walking to 0, right? I'll let her walk the rest of the way. Might as well. Keep walking, lady. Still walking, still walking. Yep, she walked to 0. I can only conclude that the self variables do not work correctly with move command thingy. Okay, well, let's use a backup plan. I have no idea if MoveRoutes actually understand console logs or if they have issues with it. We're about to find out. Yep. Yes, indeed. quite some time ago when I wrote the animation plugin, I discovered that I needed to add some self variables on there anyway. I actually did put secret self variables on all the stuff, but you can't really name them dynamically or anything as you're going along, so I don't typically use them, but I might start using them. Mostly I'd already written the other ones in so many times that it just kind of became a, I'll just stick with those. Having some issues finding the right location? Seems so. I get the sneaking suspicion you can't use console commands in there. I did check. Okay, well that yields 60, so we know that's a thing. Let's see where things are breaking at. That's already got console logs, so that should let me know pretty easily what's going on, hopefully. The step towards command doesn't really like the self variables of this plugin at all. To be honest, the move routes in RM don't like anything as far as I can tell. Did you move up? You're kind of moving up. Why are you moving up? Weird. It never gets to the rest of the code. That's weird. You would think it would at least run the console one there, right? Because it would get to the next bit of code and then fail. Also, this is a variable off that, so I don't think I even need that, to be honest. Hopefully this is referred to as simply the event in question. We know this triggers. Okay. But then it just keeps triggering. But it never loops. One of the situations where we usually take it and put it into Visual Studio Code and see where the code is doesn't work, but you can't really do that with move routes and stuff. Well, not easily, anyway. Yeah, it just skips the loop entirely. Alright, that's a little bizarre. What is up with this if statement not triggering? She doesn't turn the thing off, does she? I mean, she would simply wait forever until it finished. We'll see what happens outside of the if. Very bizarre. Okay, well, she's definitely marching off. So who knows where, but we're about to find out. She just doesn't stop. She's just walking on, doesn't care. She's like, yep, hour 27. Okay, well. I didn't log any of the other information, did I? Oh, let me test something here. I want to see what it thinks that is. Well, I guess you can't use console commands in them. That's interesting to note. It broke. But even though it broke, she's just doing it again. She don't care. Just marching on, doesn't even care one bit. Not one bit at all. Well, after standing for 5 hours and 38 minutes, I think I'll sit for the rest of this stream. Standing desks are wonderful and all, and it's much healthier to stand, but that's a long time standing in one spot. Hit 52. She's gonna keep walking. Oh. Oh, I see. Now it is at 42. Well, that would explain exactly why she doesn't stop, doesn't it? Because it was at 52. So, yeah, I did a dumb thing. Fair enough. Sometimes I do the dumb. Wait. Why would I use that? Clear proof that console commands or console.log saves you pretty much eventually every time. You just keep running it, eventually you will know exactly what the problem is. Minus 10. We'll do like minus 8 or something. I just wanted to kind of walk off to the side or something. She's not underfoot. But so far, she just kind of wants to. She's like, nope, I'm just done with this game. And she just leaves. Like, peace, everyone, I'm out. And she leaves. Yeah, fair enough. I didn't want that one, whatever. Doesn't matter. Ain't that some weird thing she's doing there? What you doing, lady? Hmm. Hmm. Ugh. We're yawning. I'll probably end up going another 29 minutes or so, and at that point it'll be 6 a.m. here, and I'll have to go to sleep so I can actually get up for work. So, hopefully by then I have this solved. It should. It was yielding 62. I don't even need to be a game app. I can just put it wouldn't have SC1. It's not a thing like that. It's fine. We know it's already getting to these, I guess. I'd like it to log this information repeatedly for me. It's one of those things where I know I'm making a mistake, but it's probably just because I'm so tired. Usually the later at nights when I'm much better at art and less good at coding, but when I stream is just you know, one's available, so gotta do it all at this time. Even the coding. Even the coding. She moved somewhere. Isn't this interesting? Well, nope, she's not there. Is she not that far from the event? Yeah, Freeze Epic. I think a lot of us are pretty much only at our coding best when we're half awake and, you know, been up long periods of time. That's when all the best coding happens. Totally. I used to joke that 3 a.m. me existed to make 3 p.m. me, hate their lives because 3 p.m. me would do all the coding and 3 a.m. me would come up with all the really stupid ideas. Maybe she walks farther. I might be underestimating just how far she has to move. I'm looking at this mind-boggling thing here. It's the actual viewer things and all that for what's going on here. And it's great because it says concurrent viewers 3 went to 1 there and concurrent viewers 2, but we're sitting there at 3 for a long time and then 2 here. Boggling my mind. I'm like, but which one is it, YouTube? YouTube is weird. Trying to figure out what it means half the time. It's definitely one of the two. Now it's back to 2 and 2, and sometimes they'll just, go down to 0 and then back up to like 3, and I don't know. Well, the reason for Twitch is that Twitch is awful. There's that. No, the reason for no Twitch is that YouTube will sit there and um, it'll provide you traffic. Like even if you're nobody, YouTube is sitting there sending people your way. In fact, they send a lot of people my way because only about 13% of my traffic for these streams actually comes from the forums, the Discord, and Twitter for their metrics. So, 87% is coming from YouTube. On Twitch, everybody and their grandmother will tell you that discoverability is terrible. You'll be sitting at the bottom of whatever category you're in, and nobody will see you because nobody scrolls to the bottom. Even if they did, there's so many people with 0 viewers. Good luck. Everyone, who's a popular Twitch streamer who's ever talked about it will always say, you need to be famous from somewhere else. So going there pretty much means that, okay, yeah, you have a better streaming platform, but you're streaming to nobody. Here, I already had a YouTube channel with over 100 people subbed, so I mean, in under a month, I already had people watching me. Not a lot, but definitely a number. The other thing is for payment, you can, if you ever want to get monetized with Twitch, you pretty much just have your streams. You got to reach the cap on that, right, in order to get paid, and it's whatever number, I don't remember it offhand. But on YouTube, you get the hours that you streamed, plus any videos you put up also count towards the amount to get paid. Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Freeze Epic. I really enjoy streaming. I mean, I didn't think I would. There's never something I was like, yeah, I want to be a streamer. And I'm just like, I just kind of turned the camera on and, I like chatting with people. I like game dev. Between the two, it works out. And hey, maybe we'll get some really cool RPGMaker games out of this. I don't know. Find someone else's. Who knows? Okay, she does walk and stop. Okay. But because she's not hitting the exact... Oh, she keeps trying because she'll move again. I might try to stream more days. I don't know. I mean, YouTube rewards you heavily for consecutively streaming. Like a lot. Oh, I appreciate that, Freeze Epic. I hope to get more. I think since I started, I've gained... Actually, I can give you a number. Since I started streaming about... It was the 10th of last month that I started streaming. Let's see. I have analytics. Yeah. Okay, well, I've netted 15 people since then. Not a lot, but hey, I appreciate that. I do. I figure as long as I put in the time and keep messing with it, eventually I'll get there. Assuming people like what I'm doing, some people like it. Oops, I don't want to delete that. I definitely plan on finishing it, or at the very least releasing something for people to mess with. And then at that point, if nobody likes it, okay, fine, then I'll make it all work, I guess. I don't know. Oh wow, I actually had 2 things in here. That might explain a lot. That's right, because I had the skip on there. I appreciate that. I don't see any reason not to finish. I'd say it's, or at least, the very least, release that prototype. I think I'll leave that console log there. Both those ones. This is the loop that's actually working. Made it conditional to make her stop moving once she reaches the location. It'll just be this, actually. She'll just turn toward the player once she reaches her location. Take this loop here, put it here. You don't need this because it had a skip on it in the first place, so that's not a very relevant thing. She needs to walk to one side of the puzzle and then one side of the frame, and then I want all the puzzle pieces over to the side a little bit, I think. I could show a frame on the actual screen and not have it be the actual picture frame that she's standing by, that you're putting it in. I don't know. Let's have her walk over here. I want to see her walk much farther. There we go. Now she'll watch. And then if all the event things spawn over to the side by a couple spaces, then she won't be in the way. The other option is I could just have her walk over here. Now that I have the location figured out, it would just be a plus on that, and she could just walk to that. Huh. I guess they're both really easy to do, so the question is, which do I like better design-wise? I mean, these got to be moved over anyway, because they literally are sticking out of the frame, so I guess I'm going to do that. I still want to make an actual area to play at where the I can have bigger puzzles. I might even make it really trippy with all kinds of things just happening in the background. One of the earliest things I actually did was using a Mog's weather plugin to parallax with that, which you can totally do. I did some crazy things with that. I might employ that for purposes of showing inside of the mirror. Oh, sorry, not inside of the paintings, but when they're not actually made. Well, I kind of like where she's at. However, and put another one inside her. This is not the most efficient means of doing this. It will, however, get the job done. I really want her out of the way. Because, well, it is kind of fun to sit there and play cat and mouse with her as you try to lure her away and get at the puzzles. It's not the best. I mean, if she was intentionally trying to screw you over, it'd be pretty funny, but she got not. So, eh, eh. Not even close. Excellent, excellent. Exactly where I want them to go. Huh. Well, there you go. Exactly as it should be. Let's get her to walk all the way across the thing. Oh, all the way over. Okay, well, that didn't replace that picture. That's weird. She moves to exactly where she needs to go, so I can get rid of all those console commands. That's good. All right, well. Now I know I can use my own self variables thing, and I don't have to worry about the Hime is one that I've been using all this time. Granted, Hime's one is able to actually have specific names. Mostly I've just been using it this long that I kind of keep using it. However, it's ironically so much worse than the one I use, because the one I use, all the variables are strapped to the events, where it doesn't actually strap those to the events, just like it doesn't strap self variables to self switches to the events. You have to actually delete those separately because RM didn't decide to make it one object like normal people, which is really weird. It's like, okay. When you go to despawn events, you have to actually go out of your way to wipe out the self switches for that event, or when the next time anything uses that number, they'll still be active. It's so weird. Why in the world didn't this work? First of all, don't move that over. That would be tedious. Um, mean, it's supposed to spawn that. Yeah, I literally have it set for. Not the puzzle painting. Not bad. This one here. Why am I using the crappy particles for this one? I could just be using my own image plugin. These are questions for which I have no answer. At least no logical answer. Most unfortunate. Dislike parameters or just plugin commands immensely. Disgusting. I'll probably replace this whole ripple thing with writing my image plugin's ability to just fade the images out and replace them with another image. That would make sense. So well, -10's where the picture is, so it's got to be in front of that. Or behind that. Oh. Never mind, I'm just dumb. Okay. Now that we've solved that problem yet again. Alright, what is the self-variable we're using here? I guess I actually just did it down here and just, I have to find it in this mess. Wait, well, kind of messed that up a bit, but I don't even need that. That was just a test that I'm not even going to use later. I require puzzle target. That's what it was. The problem was that I was always adding to event 2. So, you know. This should fix that problem. Thankfully, I just have to do the puzzle on the one that was having problems. I don't have to do it on multiple ones or anything. I should probably make her more transparent. It's an idea. Come on, drop it. I'll put it there. I mean, it didn't get rid of the other picture, but the other picture isn't going to be there normally anyway. I want to test something here. There is an opacity, okay. I guess she's a little more less opaque. Like her arms look less opaque. Let's test even lower opacity. Alright, that's for map 20. That's not even the map, right? Guess I was just deluding myself into thinking she was actually opaque. Or less opaque. I really did write like every option under the sun into these things. But to be fair, all the animation plugin does is just sit there and call my image plugin over and over and just be like, display this, display this, display this. 30 times a second. It doesn't look that much opaque, or not. Did it not do the opacity? She looks about the same. Odd. Oh. Yeah, I'm sure she does look the same. If I would have put it in the right location, that probably would have helped. Cool. Good job, me. Yeah. We'll do 0.5. I think that I already saw that 0.3 was not really much there. Well, Jake, if there was ever a it's after 6 a.m. type of message, there's definitely that. Most assuredly. That is not what I thought I'd hear anyone say at this point in the day. Which for everyone else, it's not 6 a.m. Now, the initial one doesn't actually have a lot of the transparency, but she's definitely way more opaque. Oh no, man, it's all good. We're all getting a laugh out of it. No, I'm trying to decide if I like this better or not. I mean, she's supposed to be a ghost in this form here, so having her be slightly less opaque would make sense. But does that actually make her look any better? I almost don't think it does. You think so? You think it looks better than when she has full opacity? Like, you know, this basically being half transparent? Okay. Definitely good to have additional feedback on it. Huh. Questions, what do I work on now? I probably should be going to sleep, but well, I don't know. I'm still awake. That's my explanation. I don't know why I'm still awake. I want to check something here. Well, that's definitely +1 for keeping it this way then. Or maybe +2 because you got 2 starry eyes in the emoji, so you know. That counts for 2. Might not be so good out here though. Hey, you can see how much better the blue and red look for the space stuff. She does block stuff a lot less, though. The tarot cards, it's a little hard to see things. They're a little smaller, so. Not that I want to sit there and match those right now. Uh, well, Jake, I would have to say I probably prefer more to do because, you know, if you've ever messed with any of those 9 million games they make in Unreal Engine that someone's like, oh my gosh, I get to make this world. It's like miles and miles across. But I didn't put any content in it. They just expect you to run across this huge world. You know, it gets kind of boring in short order. Like I actually have UE projects like that, or I had one until I broke it. Um, I had a map that was like, say, like 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. And I even put the ability in to fly and everything like that. And what I discovered was it's boring. It's really boring. Also, flying is a really unfun mechanic. Like, it sounds like it's way cooler than it is, and then you're just like, this just feels like I'm moving really kind of slow through the air towards something. I was not impressed. But, you know, if you were to say, drop me into like a random city block or something like that, but there was so many different things to do in that city block, like people to talk to and places to explore and everything, that'd be amazing. If you drop me into like, you know, a clearing in a forest all by myself, yay, like cool, I guess. I don't know what I'm gonna do there. If that forest or that clearing has a whole bunch of like people in to mess with, like it's a caravan or something or a circus or something, that might be interesting. But kind of what I found, making content for games is actually the hardest part. Making an open space for the game, it's actually pretty easy. Speaking of open spaces, I think I need a map to go on to here. I guess I'll just recycle this map because I already set it up to, well, I just made one anyway. Do I still have all the old code to make those crazy maps? Do I have an old enough version of the game to even have that? I gotta look. I keep a lot of old backups of games, so there's a chance that I can just cheese my way through this. And I'm totally down for the easiest possible method to do this. Like, it's definitely, yes. Time to go back to my MV versions of the game. Oh, man. Did I keep any versions? I must have kept them somewhere. Uh, uh, I might not have even kept the old versions. Nope. Oh, yeah, I don't want that. Oh, 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 man. I found it. Oh, gosh. It's ugly. Okay. Like a really old game thing I was working on. But what I want to see is if I actually had this is going to be disgusting to look at. I already can feel grossed out by how bad this coding will be. Uh, hmm, no. Old weather-based ground. See, there you go. Perfect. Good old me. Huh. I'm just going to go ahead and keep a quick note of that. I have a plan. Oh, the one from MV that I kind of scrapped. Well, I guess I didn't really scrap it. The problem was that game was in pure dev hell. Like it kept like every time I learned something new, it kept going down another rabbit hole. Just it switched main characters at one point. It ended up picking different story directions at one point. It just if there was a mistake I could make in game dev, I made it with that game. I'm not saying I'm not gonna take the idea because I was turning that one into the more Alice in Wonderland style thing there, and I actually had a UE version of it that UE 5.11 broke. I was like, oh no. I have not been able to recover, but um, I was working on the. There was an RM version of it first before. I think it was actually Drifty who suggested I try other engines, um, which led me to messing with UE in the first place. But I might still do that one. I don't know. I mean, it had some interesting mechanics. It had the drag mechanic where you created a little trail behind you and use that to fight with and also to pull things places. And it also had the maps that were being eaten by basically the nothing or whatever it was. Those were kind of entertaining. And technically, it could be built right on top of the code of this one. Oh, to think about it. Try something here. I don't know, that game might. It just needs to be focused. And I think it actually needed to be split into two different games because it really was two different games, and it just started trying to collect all the ideas of one game and all the ideas of all the games and just fuse it together instead of just sticking to what it was doing. I'm going to hope that these are using the exact same indexes. I mean, the exact same things. I don't know if they are or not. I don't know. So this thing used. I think. I think he used the same numbers. I'm pretty certain. So 8 did some crazy things. Actually, there was one that was pretty nice. I think it was this one that did the really neat thing. Almost certainly. So 8, 0, and 15. This effect was really cool. However, it is inconsistent. Like it worked okay as long as you didn't have anything too specific on what you were doing. I need to get a list of what each of these is. Time to crack open a plugin. A really old plugin. All right. This is the list I needed right here. I want to see if they match. It'd be real easy if they match. Yeah. They do not match. There's an extra one there. So it looks like all these ones are exactly one off. Until you get down to here. Standstill is actually... Oh, actually Bubbles is where it goes back to being the same. He just moved this one here, this spark, or all the way down to pull it there from down to right here between those two. Okay, so now that we know that, let's get some copying going on here. I need 8, 0, and 15. I bet you 15 will be 16 in this one, almost certainly. 8. Oh, wait, is that for Spark? It is. A +1. And this is set as, I think, the lowest one? Yeah, they stack higher. Okay, so this was there. Actually, we'll make it 0. Why not? And the file used was Madness Green, Palm Leaves, and Shady Cloud. Let's go ahead and yank all those out. All these incredibly ancient images back when I was just doing all manner of weird things and had a totally different character who got featured in all these things. And I had all these things from all the PV assets, which in hindsight are quite ugly. They're very, very low quality. Also, the trees had eyes on them. And listen, for some reason, Twitter really liked those. Now I could actually make the eyes blink if I wanted, but in reality, okay, well, there you go. See? It's definitely a different game. But I ended up having to change the assets out because I adopted a different style, a different look to the game. It was more why am I blanking on what it's called? It's more like it was definitely a more art type of look. It was definitely I should just bring up an example, because otherwise I will just stumble over it the whole time. Yes. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I just open the other game? That'd be a lot easier. Just open the other game. No, not a problem. Yeah, the old style was pretty decent. What it lacked was the ability to get more assets. It just didn't have anything really to work with. Instead, we're using this one. Oh, that's right. This game doesn't even have the ability to move around without a controller. Let me plug the controller in real fast. Where once it was my pride and joy, I made certain to break it more than a few times along the way too, and never did fix it completely. So, whatever. Yeah, it featured this kind of art style instead, which, you know, A lot of the problem with the original version was that the things were just very unstable. Like, it was, a lot of it was also designed with particles, but Yeah, every time you would leave an area and then come back, the particles would be totally different. So the world would always change, and it had a lot of problems. I love this art style, so I wouldn't mind doing that. I need to actually finish these things here. You can see all the weird problems with this game. It definitely had some issues. But, whatever. Oh, yeah, I like the vibe of this one. And it had the, they use this particle ground too, so all these things are generated by particles. And use this to pull things places. I stole the tiger kitties out of this game anyway. Their movement's all jacked up. Yeah, you'd pull those places and then see the map is being disintegrated. And you can watch it be disintegrated. If you try to go too far over, that's why hitting you backwards. And the thing that's showing where the map's being destroyed at is this here. It's a very colorful game, I'll give it that. So it might actually get turned into a thing there. Like, it didn't have a good direction. But the mechanic was pretty fun, and well, if I ever fix the enemies, and you could always rewind the thing in order to rebuild the level. So it comes back, and I have a thing set to just cheat and have that whenever I need it, but normally you have to actually earn it. And as you collect the puzzle pieces for this one, it actually completes the puzzle up in the corner. So. And there's actually the ability to, no, not that, but I was going to program in different paths too. It did different things. And of course, she was the one who originally had this in various types and flavors. And this is also the place where I figured I originally had a setup for these too, so I didn't actually bother. Like the first idea for the photos, which I am probably not keeping. I probably just have the actual levels and go between them. But I definitely stole this idea and put it in Poppet Quest, because, why not? And then, yeah, the project's definitely got some fans, or at least it did. The big problem was I had to take a bunch of time off due to health issues, and like about a year and a half. And of course, I had a more horror aspect to it because, there's supposed to be a tragedy that happens, but oh, sure, anytime. What's the music here? The music's so wrong. Oh well, ignore the music. Is this the map where the thing? I figured out how to put, like, randomize these things in there too, so I could have these big, huge areas. And if you check the collision in that, oh yeah, look at that collision. That's good times right there. Do you know how hard that is to do in RM? Oh my god. That's the actual collision box for it. There's also some weird T levels too. I made a lot of bizarre things, and I basically need to take all the stuff that happened in well, every version of this game, because honestly it was all over the place. Pull the stuff together that actually was cool and just ditch the rest of it. Just throw the rest of it out. Just focus the project. But the good news is well, it shares a lot of code with Poppet Quest because originally Poppet Quest was based on the code from it. So it stole all its plugins and well, does a better job of it, I guess. Yeah, I'll figure it out. Probably, maybe, sure. I think I deleted all the maps too. I had old maps that had a bunch of stuff in it. It was actually a working version of this game. I don't know what I did after that. Like, I have one somewhere. And I got a lot of versions of these games. But where did it work? I think it worked back here or something for certain. It's always the experimental game. Yeah, a little boss fight thingy was like, all cool and everything, but I never really did much with the game. Oh, you can tell this one works pretty well. Look at that. I'll click new. Yeah, my old title thing there. Oh, this was ugly. Oh, God. Oh, like a dagger. Just stabbed right through me. This looks better, though. For some reason, I broke this. I don't know why I broke that. I just broke it. Don't question it. Oh, also, there's a little thing that I have where she gets larger the closer she gets to the front of the screen, just for reasons. I wonder if these other things even work. Maybe I just work off one of these ones here. I have the boss fight there. Oh yeah, she even animated to jump in there. I actually redid the entire animation plugin after this. I don't know if the boss even works in this version. I'm curious to see what even does work. Oh yeah, this broken map too. Nice. Look at all these broken things. Broken, broken, broken. I made all kinds of weird shit. Oh, excuse the language. That's definitely like a TV thing. Woohoo. Why is there a TV thing? Why not? Oh, look, it breaks. Cool. I forgot I left the menu off on there. Yeah. I'll test some various things here. Oh, look, it's having problems. Like, so there's a lot wrong with this game. It really was. It was not pretty. I did a lot of dumb things because I wasn't satisfied with things. So I kept changing things. I had so many remakes. It's so stupid. So stupid. I don't know. We're about to find out. Might. I have no idea. Sure. Does it? No. No, it doesn't. Also, here's one of the versions of the paths that uses entirely with effects particles. I both like it and dislike it. I like it in the fact that it looks cool. I dislike it in the fact that RM handles it poorly. There you go. Oh, yeah. She has a menu thing. She can actually exit back there, right? I think. Let's see. I probably have a version somewhere with the working boss fight. Probably. I don't know. We'll find out. Well, at least the exit works. Does this version work? I don't know. Kinda. Sorta. It's pretty broken. She has like 8 health. For reasons, and I have 99. Seems a pretty fair fight. I think I can win. You think I can win? I don't know. Yeah, math is studying is pretty boring. I agree. I'm going to see if she still has the map thing where she would sit there and reset the map. I think I was trying to fix this fight and I never bothered to completely fix it. So we're just waiting to see what happens. Like this is so broken in so many ways. These puzzle pieces shouldn't even be here for this. That's okay. Okay, yeah, she does actually reset the map. Good, good. Oops. I gotta remember that the menu thing is still set to be open, but one of the buttons that you hit is the same one you hit in Poppet Quest or something different. Oops. Yeah. I could definitely fix this game, but making content for it takes forever. That's the problem. But let's say I might just build it on top of the other. Get the code again. I don't know. I might start with an older version, or I might just copy paste some stuff on top of it. Whatever. I had good concepts for areas going. I like how she's all tiny when she does her little jump thingy. I didn't bother to put the lights here, but I mean, I was going to have some crazy cold area and everything like that. It'd be cool if it was actually lit up. Probably. Yeah, I just need to find the most working version of this game and then just go with that. You can see it uses the same portal system. I definitely recycled that like crazy. Oh yeah. This game? In this broken map, what is even going on with this map? I don't even know how it's doing that. I'm very excited and wish I did know. But yeah, as far as this game releasing, it's a broken mess. It's at some point I plan on coming back to it, I guess. I like the art style. A lot of fun. But I just made like one concept map for each and every one of the areas that I was going to build. I was like, I'll get there eventually. Yeah, okay. Spoiler, did not get there. I didn't. No, seriously, I just didn't get there. And so old. Actually, no, that's the same look I had for, I think. I don't know. Oh. Apparently apparently that portal's broken. Nice. Send you to combat instead. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, I was gonna have the maps disintegrate in varying directions too. You can see it disintegrated from down here, though it doesn't line up very well, and it's kind of wrong on the map there, but whatever, you know, it's fine. Very broken game. Apparently I can't return back there, huh? Oh, never mind. There's a portal over here. Excellent. Apparently I put portals everywhere. Ah, yes. I have all these maps down here, too. Yay. It's one of the last maps where I actually did like a video making it. I never did finish it. I did a part 1 and then part 2 never happened. Sounds about right. Same thing with this map. I did a part 1 and then part 2 never happened. I needed to do all the parallaxing for it and I never did. Yeah. I made so many maps, I probably just want to grab every single map I made for this, all the concept maps, and just cram it all together because I made so many maps. Some of them are like perfect collision, and other ones I didn't bother to do the collision yet for. Also, you could go inside this cave. Woohoo! There's reasons. And of course, the map that I was assembling the puzzle with. Can you even jump into that? Oh, I broke it again. God damn it. Did I really do that? Ugh. I don't remember the last time that actually worked. There was a point where you could actually jump on there and it would lead you to a whole bunch of other maps. And I think they're all broken. But maybe not. Maybe I can find one that works. Maybe. I don't even know when it last worked. Ugh. When did these come out? These were later? Perfectly working. Oh my gosh. What is this monstrosity? Those are bold words there, Cotton. Let's see how it works out for you. I don't think it's perfectly working. I think that I was being generous, but maybe not. If it's a perfectly working version, I mean, she's already glitchy and crappy there. That doesn't look very working. But you can see the first versions of this. Yeah, when I had the little fires around it. Oh, this isn't that incredibly far back. Let's see. Oh, when I decided to make one of these for it instead. Okay, well, that's not very helpful. Yeah, the actual ability was, like, the little paths are kind of fun. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I found them enjoyable. I wonder if this has other working maps. Oh yeah, this map. Wow, look at that bloom. Ugh. God, bloom is not, there's like an abomination on this map. I have so many things open, I should probably close a couple of them and see if I can make this run at not a ridiculous thing. Let's close this up real fast. This program interferes with everything. Yeah, I was doing a forest fire map. But dear God, all that bloom. Ugh. Turn the bloom off. Where would I have turned bloom on this map? It hurts to look at. Oh gosh. Right here. Turn it off. This doesn't even have all the other side maps either. That's lame. And that VO watch out something? Voice actor watch out. Oh yeah. Yeah, the really early on, that boss fight actually did have a female that was whispering things. And it was part of a sound pack that I got from RM that has almost no sound files at all. So I wasn't certain when I was even going to do it. I was like, but looks like Bloom is still on. Yeah, Bloom's still on. Oh well. Bloom is horrible to look at. I don't even know where Bloom is at on this one. Ugh. It was perfectly working. Let me mess it up real fast. Yes. Mess this up. I don't even know how I coded this a million years ago. Yeah, Bloom's usually really cool until you include white on there. Oh gosh. Don't do that to yourself. Never include white. Do gray or something. Or Bloom will make it look terrible. I don't even know where Bloom turns on other than that one spot that I turned it off on. Map load might do it. No? It was a Dungeon Master system. Well, maybe that's Poppy Quest that had the Dungeon Master system. You would think they would be under Story Map Builder here, but no, not at all. Oh my gosh, look at how inefficient all this code is. It's so ugly. I can't even look at it. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. It's somewhere. But no one cares about that version. What I'm actually looking for is a version that has story maps. Hey, there you go. It says so. It's only got those ones. That's no fun. Come on. We can do better. Probably. Uh, I don't even know when I last had those. I'll try this. This looks like the oldest one I have, actually. Is it? Is it really? It's pretty old. Yeah, it's pretty old. Maybe, maybe. It looks like it's got all kinds of crazy maps. Oh, look at all those. Yeah, yeah, look at those. Very exciting. Oh yeah, this one's nice and broken. You can always tell when I've been experimenting with something. Look at how broken it is. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Ah, this one. Go there. It'll be exciting, I swear. Oh, that looks broken. Nice, good job. Oh yeah, the original title thing. Except for it's missing the land. Originally, she fell down a giant hole thing, and then it would do that. And I had a much smaller logo. And you know, listen, there was a lot of versions of this, and they weren't all good. Some were bad. Has the right character model. That's cool. Oh, that's right. You can't use the arrow keys to move. Cool. I wouldn't call this nice, Blinded Dreamer. This is broken. This is so broken. This is the messed up version. This is not nice. I'd like it if it wasn't broken. That one's newer. Do I have a version that isn't messed up? Did I not keep that like anywhere? Maybe. Borrow this for a second. I'm gonna do a quick look. Old MV backups. old game. Actually, there you go. What's this? What this? Oh god, this might be an embarrassingly old one. Oh, that's not an actual. No, that's not actually a useful thing. Oh, that's for. Hmm. These are old. It's an MZ one still. That's exciting. It might work. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Oh, cool. It does a full screen thingy. Long page or whatever. Oh, wow. I had a lot of different versions of old Miranda here. She had some real losers. This was a loser. This is when I first discovered Daz, and I was like, this is so cool. And then I have like the wrong versions are running around too. Listen, I had so many versions of this game. Uh, does it work? She like switches to three different things. I was in the middle of doing, I think, building some new animations and learning Daz. Yeah. Well, listen. I thought I'd make her younger at one point, and then I realized no, because then I'd have to write a young character, and I don't want to. Yeah, I should just skip that. I don't care about that. I tried a lot of versions. I was just trying to get the. Oh yeah, a wrong running character. Can't forget that. Very important. Very important. Oh yeah, this map thing wasn't even that cool. Nice. I like this map. It was fun. It had a giant T thing. Don't worry about it. Why did it have it? Eh. I don't know. I'm trying to find one that works because it's been that long. Let me see if I can find one that's less broken. This version is got a lot in it. How broken are you? Oh, this one looks mysteriously not as broken. Ooh, I'm also stuck. This might be a winner for the least broken one. As my character completely vanishes. The least broken one. Oh, God damn it. Did I really do that? No. It's got the menu bug. Disable the menu. Please disable the menu. Never open the menu again. Where is the option to disable? I don't even remember. No. Let's change access, right? Yeah, change menu access. Disable. Stop opening the menu. It will break everything. These old versions of the games cannot handle the menu at all. It's the worst thing ever. What? How can I open the menu? There's something on that map enabling the menu. I know there is. I'm using the arrow keys to move because it's getting caught. So I can't. You. It's your fault. Be gone, foul event. Uh, I was always experimenting with this game. That's why this game is dumpster fire. Maybe? Maybe? I don't even know what the controls are for this game anymore. Oh, that's right. It actually uses a controller. It's broken. It's broken. Okay, okay. The menu is also broken. I can't do that. Oh, she has a jump. For some brief reason, I thought a jump would be a good idea. Isn't that great? I didn't last, did it? Fair enough. Let's try this again. I don't have any way back out of this because this is a broken menu system. You know, she briefly could jump. But then I realized there was no point. Like, what was the mechanic? Why would I do this? Like, what was it accomplishing? And I couldn't think of any reason why it would be good because you could just jump inside of all these things that were impassable. And at the time, I didn't have any way to figure out how to check for the colliders for Q movement. Yeah. So I just kind of threw it out at the time. I made animations for it. It was kind of the version. The other one had like space and stuff. It was much cooler than this version. I think MV still has it. Yeah, that weird fun jump. How useful. I'm so happy that she can jump. Also, the really cool explodey ball. Oh, that is an annoying noise. I hate every single moment of it. What, the sound effect of that weird clang noise? That's just attached to an effects particle. And she builds into the map again. Woohoo. That's not that exciting. I want to find the better version of this. This map isn't that broken. That's interesting. Let me... Oh gosh, that jump makes me hate my life. This was going to be the second world, by the way. More importantly, it has a way to get home. Because the menu system of this one's broken, so you can't use it to just cheat your way home like I was doing. Oh, mind you, you know, some of these effects are not that bad. Like, they're better than you think. I don't know if I'd use some of them, but also remember that nobody's ever released a game with RPG Maker, you know, so it's fine. You're not even recycling anything. We have rules here. You're not allowed to release the games. It's part of the joke. You can't release the games. You're just supposed to sit there and constantly work on them forever. All right. Well, I never did fix that. Good, good. Oh, there's so much wrong with this game. Ugh. And it's the ugly logo. Oh, God, get it away from me. I hate it. Make the ugly logo go bye-bye. For some reason, you could jump. You're like, yes, jump. Jump everywhere. Just do it. Easy is the wrong model for jumping, too. I had to switch that model off because it took so long to render the hair that I finally just said, nah, this is never going to happen. That hair is 12 gigabytes. I hate it to this day. Look, the map actually works somewhere. Oh my gosh. For reasons. Why did I make these maps? I don't know. I had a whole bunch of tea-themed maps because we were going very Alice in Wonderland, but weird. I was just trying to find working versions of these maps. Just cause. I thought they were cool. Of course, there's no way back. That's okay. You can even run under pipes just because. Why did I make this? I was going to have you jump into a giant teacup to go farther on, but listen, that never happened. But sadly, there's no way back from this map because the menu's broken. Which version is this again? Let's mark this as actually working. 6.16.21. Make a copy of that. We're going to mark it as working. Oh yeah, Blinded Journeyman, it is you've really just described the story of this game and what happened to it. It was just a nightmare. If I could have made that mistake, I did. I made that mistake. Oh yeah. I made it. I made all the mistakes with this poor game. Hobby Quest was all about fixing it in the first place. Let's see. Let us open up. Oh yeah, I was originally working on moving something from this game over to the other, but listen, I'm gonna this one really start in full screen? Ugh, why? Can I not move it off the screen now? Okay. Well, maybe I can't show you guys the version. Nice. You can't unfull screen it. Who thought that was a good idea? Really? It full screens onto the other window because the other one set as the main monitor. Did I have a full screen plugin somewhere in here? Is that the problem? I really had a version of UMC lighting back then? Huh. Good job, me. I didn't think I had one in MV. Not back then, anyway. I guess this does not predate that. I don't know what would... Anti-frame? No, no, no. I figured this one would have the boss fight. Almost certainly. What? How are we getting some full screen action here? Q plus? Are you doing it? No. Compressor. Oh, this overwrites plugin might have been it. One moment. I will. Not that one. Where was this? There we go. I know it says it's working, but we're going to make a quick change. Yes, yes, graphics request full screen. That's what's doing it. Stop that. It's annoying. It's really annoying. Thanks for that ad right over the top of that, Epic. Epic's like, you want some free stuff? I'm like, well, yeah, but not right now, Epic. Maybe waiting when I'm not streaming? Maybe? No? Does this not... Did I not get rid of the full screen option? Can't unfull screen? This is the right version, right? Right? Final version? Sure, sure. I mean, we'll close this note with the other one and see if it's being stupid or not. I don't know. I would just randomly keep various versions over time, so it just kind of some of them have problems. I'm not gonna lie, some of them have some real problems. Is there more than one version of overrides? Let me double check that. Now I just want to see if I can get this to work. This has been changed, right? Graphics request full screen. Just to double check, at no point anywhere else is it asking this. No, it's not. Okay. This is the comedy of errors at this point. It's pretty hilarious, but for some reason, it automatically full screens, and I cannot unfull screen it. And it full screens on the wrong monitor. Nice. Edit. Off. Is there any other things that could possibly cause this? I'm trying to get it to work, man. I'm trying. Really am. I want it to work. I do. Somewhere in all this code is apparently something that auto full screens it. I don't know how much time I want to invest in trying to find the code that did it. Can I unfull screen it? Maybe. Maybe you think so? Maybe. No. No. Okay. Well, that sucks. How about the other version? Where are you, other version? Come here for a second. It probably works. It's probably the same game, effectively. I think they're within a day or two of each other. And I just want to see if it works. That's all I'm looking for, you know? I ain't worried about it. Maybe? Oh, gosh. 2 is full screen. Why is it full screen? Uh, well, I can easily test to see if it does, if it's that one. The overwrites would do it. And I don't think anything else even has the ability to set full screen. I thought that was just that. Eh, look at it. I made community line there. Why is there both? I guess the one's not on, so that doesn't really matter. Sure. It doesn't like I can unfull screen it no matter what I do. Wow. Um, yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Also, everything opens on the other monitor in this version. Like with MZ, it'll open on the right monitor, but not in this one. I might have a problem with the second monitor. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I have a working one with the actual original boss fight that I can show on screen unless I can find a way to get that to stop doing the full screen. Hmm. What a mess. That pretty much describes this version. What a mess. The Super Tools engine can do it. I don't know. I think I'd have to go through a lot of the code to figure this out because somewhere there's some sort of plugin that just does all that, and I need to go out of my way to hunt it down and make it happen. Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll try to do is off off stream, I'll sit there and see if I can get this stuff actually up and running. So like the next stream I can actually just show you. Because I don't know how long it's gonna take, and I don't know how much time you want to invest in it, to be honest. I'll get it working, but it's, yeah. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I'll definitely it'd be kind of cool to see it. Just get it back to working again, or kind of working. Hmm. So many things that are just a mess in this thing. Anyway, that was something I was working on, and then I got caught up going through 9 million versions. And all I really wanted to test actually closed the thing I needed. That broken version from MV is what I wanted because I wanted the weather thing. Because I had an idea, and I was like, well, I'll just go ahead and borrow that back because it looks really cool. It might look terrible. We'll find out. I call it weather forecast? Wow, good job, me. Naming it strange things. Okay, I need these. My plan was to add the weather things. I needed to get a few files from here. I needed, well, none of those actually. It's Poppet Quest at. I need Poppet Quest. For this to work, I gotta borrow some images out of this. Though not that. Oh, that's fine actually. Right. The images I need are Madness Green, Pollen Leaves, and Shady Cloud. Were those the ones, really? That one's got a star, an asterisk by it, which usually means that I no longer used it. No, no, looks like the same. I don't think I ever made any videos of this effect in action, or if I did, I don't remember what I did with them. It's possible they're sitting on itch somewhere. Not itch, Imager. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So let's do these. So find the images and the screen, pollen leaves, and shady cloud. What a mess. Pollen leaves. It's actually somewhere in the middle of this. Perfect. Looks just like a gray blotch. That's a cloud. Don't worry about it. Really, there's already a shady cloud in here. Cool. Good job. Now I need these numbers. Go over here, and then first one was fire 2, and this is where we do madness green. The way this one looked is it actually looked like the world was being built just as you ran near it. It was pretty cool. Like, it was a very neat effect. And oh, the other thing to note here is when you're using the weather plugin for MZ, he didn't include all these extra things like that. So, you know, the Z index is all wrong and everything like that. However, if you just go onto here and just type the number you want, it just works. So you don't actually have to just live with 2. You can just have whatever you want. Just saying. Fun little trick in case you didn't know. Blend type normal, sure, minus screen speed, and this needs to be 200. I want this one, and I just need 2 more. Just like it. This one's index is going to be, I guess I almost 0, so this will be 1. This is number 5 on the list. No, it's not. It's actually 0. My bad. This is assuming that they're all correct. They might not be. Number of particles. Actually, I might have had that wrong. This might be 200 here. I'm sitting there trying to translate what it wants here, and it's... Yeah, we're working on it. I actually opened up the weather thingy, right? Oh, that's right. This stuff isn't in English. Weather ID type, power, speed. The type was the second number. ID is not that important. Power and speed of those numbers there, and then okay, fair enough, fair enough. This is pretty much like the equivalent of RPGMaker archaeology. I found some stone tablets somewhere with the right code to, you know, do what I wanted. And have this up here because it's the numbers I need. I'm bringing this up on the other screen. That's what I'm trying to do. I guess they're all at 0, right? Are they? Huh. Sure. I'll play around with them. It doesn't matter that much. Speed and zoom is that. Oh, never mind. This is at negative 20. Oh, 20. Trying to remember all the orders here. Let's see. Let's do all the Z's here. The Z's here. This one is at negative 20. We'll see how it even looks with the rest of the stuff. It might look terrible. It surprised me at this point. Set that at 20. Index 1. And the weather it uses... This one was 0. That's wind. Falling. Okay. For this one, the weather it uses is 15. So whatever 16 actually is on here. Because they're one off when you pass a certain point. That's fog. Okay. And then number of particles. Looks like this one did 40. No, this one's 200. Did they even list the number of particles on that? I don't even know. This is pure guesswork at this point. I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I have no idea. What's this one do? Pollen leaves. Might look terrible. Might look amazing. We'll find out. Yeah. Probably will look terrible. I probably have the numbers all wrong. That was actually supposed to be fog. That one's wind. That's fire. Okay. One more and we can have the avatar. Be great. Or summon Captain Planet or something. I'll take either or the was it Planetina from Rick and Morty? That's the music actually stopped too. I probably turned it off because I was doing the music in the other thing. Last one's Shady Cloud. I think the Madness Green one was the thing that actually was cool and everything else was just stupid, but I'm gonna go do them all and see how it even looks. If I'm even remotely close to what it's supposed to be. I'm just gonna leave everything as it is and just say screw it. Just go ahead. Yeah, it's fine. The old generic race event strategy here. Then let's make this map huge and see what it does. What it do. Can I just put the player on this map? I don't think it works like that. I think I have to actually trigger something from the first map, but find out. I did not do what I wanted, but still, it's kind of wild. Not what I was hoping for, though. I think it's missing something. That's part of the problem. Also, it's all above the player. It needs to be below the player. Hmm. 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 Not quite the effect I was hoping for. What was I missing from these levels here? There was something that was... Oh. What's weather 1? I think I need one more thing. The big problem is it didn't tell me the number of particles. It's missing some information. Like there's certain things you can't... it doesn't even mention in there. They weren't even part of this game. So, yeah. We're just going to wing it. Yeah, this stuff here. We'll use you. Good. So this is a weather 1. Looks like the negative 100. 32 is the weather, so it'll probably be 33. Actually, no, it goes back to 32 near the end. So where's the weather event? That's the pumpkin house. This is it. Okay. This version is so much easier to use, but it's not that easy to translate between the two. So there's that little problem. Let's see. And up here. 20. 25 all the way down to Steam there. Still the one it is, okay. And then the numbers we were using were 3000. I'm assuming that that's the number of particles, and then the other things that. So 0. This is also making the assumption that this is going to behave the same way. It might not. This should be at negative 100, I believe. Go far down there. Perfect, perfect. Now that I figured out how to read it a little better, I should be able to quickly correct these. Yeah, the zoom on all these should be 0. The speed should be 100. My defaults to that, I don't even know. It's just insanely fast. And the number of particles in this one should be 200. And this one here. I clicked off it like an idiot. Also 0. 100. That's about right. This one's going to have a zoom of 0 as well. Guess they all use that. Good for them. All right, well, this will probably be a catastrophe. Not sure I can even duplicate the effect, but maybe. No, no, still not doing it. I feel like it's missing the bottom one. Like it's missing the Like it's not doing the actual ground portion, and it's doing it all above me too. Seems kind of not correct. Fog XP style is actually what it's supposed to be. Okay. Well, it's almost getting there, but not really. No, it still doesn't have the effect I'm looking for. I wonder if the order you put them in also makes a difference. Well, should be able to just do negatives on that, and it was worked fine previously, I thought. I mean, I make use of the weather in my own thing. Let's see. I actually set it up originally where DM would sit there and it would do these individually for me. So I would just set up the object for it, and then it would just run the game system to set up the weathers there, so I didn't actually have to use the crappy plugin commands. And this is so much easier to read than that plugin command stuff. Ugh. Hmm. And making the weird assumption that this will somehow behave exactly the same way as the MV version, and I don't think it does. So this might actually just be a complete and utter waste of time. It's fine if it is, whatever. I was just going to make the character be able to go inside their own little painting and have a crazy world, but eh. Eh. We'll go below her now. That's a good sign. But doesn't quite do what I'm looking for, though. That's not the actual effect I was looking at. Huh. I think the I don't know. I'm seeing if this shows them on top of each other based upon that. If so, then that would be useful, but So it does do it in that order, but it's not doing what I want yet either. No. Or the random fire didn't delete. I wouldn't call that nice. It looks terrible, but thanks for being nice about it, I guess. It looks pretty bad. Um, yeah. I think I'll just come back to the idea. Mostly if I can get this version working on the right screen, then I can just show you what I mean. And that'll be good enough. I mean, the effect looks, well, I mean, it just has a giant ground thing and then it has a bunch of weird particles coming up from the ground that don't look right, like clouds that are doing strange things. And weird looping green things that just come out of the ground. I mean, I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but it doesn't really have much of a cohesive art style or any kind of particular picture it is. It's just kind of random. Which is fine, man. It's okay, I guess, but that is true. It is very unique. The early randomizer was about as unique and weird as it comes. Only problem is yeah, okay, it looks neat and everything, but how do you even play the game? Like some of the earliest versions were so hard to even tell what was going on the screen because there's so much, and it's like, okay, what's that? I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out for hours. I wish I'd gone out of my way to actually have some copies of these things to show you. Do I have anything of the sort? Looking through my image go to see if I have anything. I mean, I do technically still have the boss fight video available. It is sitting on my YouTube. Let's see, it's somewhere around here. Actually, I guess I have lots of versions of things like that. It's true, I really do. Where is it? Ah, yes. Oh, cool. It comes with a free Sensodyne ad. Nice. Put it on the screen in a second, but I mean... Ah, yes, the boss fight thingy. Then I can't really full screen it because of this crappy monitor. Or not. Kind of hard to see after a while. I'm going to do something really fast here. Set the quality to not terrible so we can see it. Or not. Maybe I won't do that. Let it load for a second here. Apparently my internet connection is being used up by 9 million things at once, and I'm going to close up a couple things as well while I'm at it, while I'm waiting. Oh, well, apparently I can't do that. I'm getting a lot done. Yeah, okay, there we go. I definitely had a lot of random maps during this. Was just cycling through all things like that. I guess it was kind of a cinematic fight. I mean, it's definitely not boring, I suppose. That's true. It always was a really fast-paced game. It was from 2 years ago, so it's not too surprising it was going then, yeah. Yeah, it really did a lot to make MV look good, didn't it? I remember when I reached kind of the point where it couldn't really make it do much because I ended up switching to MZ, but the problem was and the reason why I was switching maps like this is because the game would self-destruct after a certain amount of time if you stayed on one map. So you had to constantly move maps. If you didn't, then there was basically a cap on how long before the game would just start lagging out. I resolved those problems later, but at the time... Yeah. So I realized for a boss fight to actually be any kind of length, it actually had to constantly shift maps on you. So that's where the mechanic of changing the maps came about. It was to cover the fact that RM couldn't handle it. As you see, as long as you change maps, it can go on and on forever. It doesn't even matter. I mean, let's see, this has been going on for, I don't know, almost 5 minutes. I think at the time, you had something like 2 to 3 minutes before the map would self-destruct. Yeah, it was a cool mechanic. I mean, I'd probably, I mean, I might still use the mechanic at something. I don't know. I went through so many ideas for this game. Yeesh. Yeah, I think at one point I think I have a randomizer where it could only survive about 7 minutes. That was like the worst period ever. Because I had to continuously run it 7 minutes of running around just to test it. Oh yeah, this version is definitely very artsy. It's got a very different style than the what I later ended up with. I just like the other style better. But so much of the problem with this was really that the collision was awful. Because every time these things would spawn all these all this stuff to make the environment, RM can't really handle all the different collisions. It mostly just has circles and squares and stuff, but these particles would spawn randomly, so they wouldn't be the right shape. So the collisions would be off. No matter what I did, it could only be so close to, because I never knew what it was going to be in advance. So a lot of changes were made because of that. I guess she just dies unceremoniously too at some point. I'm just like, whatever. Yeah, she just dies. I didn't really program anything in to actually finish the thing at the time, I think. I was really excited that I could keep changing the color of the character, though. That was true. I was definitely excited by that. Yeah, there was a lot of problems with that game. I'm not gonna lie. It really had its issues. But I appreciate that you like how it looked. I mean, I definitely liked some things about it quite a bit. The look was kind of neat. If only it didn't fall apart and have issues with collision and have basically no conceivable way of having any kind of gameplay that was even remotely deep at all. Yeah, it's not these little problems. It was a catastrophe. There was a lot of things that were just like it always looked really good on paper, and I have plenty of it looked good on paper. You can just look back through all the videos I had on my channel for it, and I mean it was just all kinds of cool looking stuff. I see, like it was like this one here was like super wild. This really showcased what was wrong with the whole concept in my mind.
When you and the team are pitching a new product.
Not an ad. The ad's always wrong. Why am I using the browser with ads? Whatever. Um, oops. You pull this one over. This one showcased, I think, the worst problems ever. Like, sure, it was kind of cool, I guess. But was it? Was it really? Can't really enlarge it too much, unfortunately. Oh. This one was just the wildest thing ever. And that's what I was talking about with having the weird ground that kind of builds itself and everything like that. That's the kind of stuff that I was trying to bring back, but it I don't know. I think I have the settings wrong. Also, I was doing a different one than that one, but yeah, it's kind of a mess and hard to see what you're doing is the best way to put it. About sums this game up in a nutshell. So, yeah, like, cool and all, but yeah. I do like the ground effect, though. I mean, it's harder to see anything. And having her running around on little things on top of that didn't help matters. And having weird ground things that say words didn't help either. I mean, you know, it was called Sanity's End, though, so it was supposed to be. It was a very different initial story for this game, by the way. But it's good, you know. And this poor character, who's not even the main character anymore, went through so many changes. So, yeah. Anyway, that's exciting for like 5 seconds. And then you realize that it's actually a very short, simple loop. Not very exciting. No, not at all. But it is very, very cool looking for like 30 seconds. Like, it's really good for catching people's attention for that time. After that, I don't know about that. But for those 30 seconds, though, it's got your back. It's more than happy. Well, I mean, it's well, hopefully I can make the other boss fights exciting like that too. Huh? Well, I'll probably include more map changes even in Papa Quest's, boss fights. Honestly, I don't know. We'll see. It depends on what it is. Most of the toys wouldn't technically have the ability to change the world around you. Plus, there's not any need because now the map's actually stable. Like you'll notice, Papa Quest doesn't have to do all these weird changes because it doesn't ever break. Which, if I ever go back to doing the other game, will be pretty helpful because, like I said, the other game's biggest problem was it would fall apart. Later versions didn't. Like the later MZ versions didn't. They were just broken because of stupid ideas I did, but the actual maps didn't fall apart. But I may yet include some of the various things in there if it goes long enough. I don't know. I don't know how many games I'm going to make on RM because, it just depends on how much time I invest in each one. But, if an idea was really good, I'm not above stealing that idea from one of my games and putting it in the other ones. It's perfectly fine. They're all my games. Whatever. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to do much else on the for making the next puzzle section of the game tonight. I think it's going to be probably not much more coding tonight. It's actually 7:52 a.m. here, not gonna lie. It's I was supposed to go to sleep 2 hours ago. I do enjoy streaming and going over all the weird things and just chatting with people though, so I'll live with not sleeping. But yeah, I don't know if I can incorporate the map changes into Papa Quest or not. And there's still the possibility that art gets moved over to just Unreal Engine, because I did have Unreal Engine versions for it or concepts for it. Actually, I think I have I can use this one here. Yeah, I probably should. It being 7:53 a.m. kind of means that I should be sleeping ASAP. Let's see. But yeah, that was definitely I'll probably have to sleep pretty quick here. However, where was it? Um, one last thing. Originally, I'm still debating if I'm going to take that game and just run with it into more of this type of setup with the, the UE thing. So I'm debating on that. Like, then you get an actual real world to explore. In which case, I could still have her run around and be all crazy if I wanted. At the time, I just gave her weapons so she could hit things. But I like playing in the crazy worlds of that, so I don't know. Yeah, one of the big problems that I've encountered with the gameplay of the other one was honestly, how do you make the enemies a threat to that character? Yeah, this is Unreal Engine. This was actually Unreal 4. The biggest mistake I made with Unreal was trying Unreal 5, which just broke everything repeatedly and often was a complete catastrophe. I know they're hyping Unreal 5 is great, but all my experience with it is that it sucks. And it sucks a lot. Maybe when it finally works and stops breaking things, but it also destroyed a whole project too. But yeah, the big problem I had, like, the other thing, and I actually had this problem in Papa Quest and I had to slow the game down, was that the character was running away all the time. That was her main mechanic, was running away. If a person's entire fighting style is to simply run away, how do you even make the enemies fight that character? Like, the enemy tries to do something complicated and the player's already ran away. It's just like, oh, sorry, I'm gone now. It's like, in all my testing, I was like, this is almost impossible to make the enemies relevant to, you know, the player. And you add in some randomized areas too, and it was a nightmare. So I actually thought about building the same mechanics, Souls-like enemies. Well, even like the Souls-like enemies, like, how tough would a Souls enemy be if your entire mechanic was to run away from it? Like, instead of ever standing your ground to fight it, you literally could fight it by running away. How tough would that enemy really be? I'm pretty certain you could spend the whole time evading it if you never had to get close in to fight. You also got to remember, this is RM we're talking about, for the other version of the game anyway. And in RM, you can only do so much. I mean, there's a lot you can do. You can do a lot of tricky things and spawn in events to cause, you know, hits and collisions and stuff like that. I do that a lot. But, you know, if you're doing this cool complex attack and then the player just goes, nah, see, and just runs away. And because her mechanic is that she has to run in front of things to leave the trails, and then, you know, those trails are what she destroys in order to hurt things, she has to be faster than things, because otherwise she'll never really get in front of them and her entire attack would be worthless. So now you have an enemy that's too fast, or a player that's too fast. The enemies, it's hard to make them relevant. That was a real issue I was having. And even that boss fight, like, if you notice, 90% of the time was just running away, and then there was like an invincible, like, comet attack thingy that would, you know, fly in and hit the thing, and that was kind of like 90% of it. Like, you just wait for that to charge up, and it was like, okay, it looks cool, but then you realize it's not that deep. Not that deep at all. So I don't know, I was always at a loss at what I was even going to do for the mechanics for it. At some point, I questioned if there was even a point in having enemies to fight. One of the changes I made originally, the little trails, like, you know, the paths behind her, would always deal damage to anything that it hit. Like, you know, you didn't ever activate it or anything. So they were just almost like an invincible barrier. They were really too good. And I added a thing where you actually had to push a button to destroy the things, like, you know, basically like leaving explosives behind, more like a Bomberman style, because otherwise it was just too good. It's like the enemy can't even fight back. They could throw projectiles at you, would be about the best bet, because they could never really get close because those little paths were just always there. So it was stupid. It was very hard to make that relevant. So unique mechanics are cool and all until you realize that a unique mechanic requires unique solutions. I'm not saying I won't still make the game too. I might. I'm still debating on how I'm gonna go with it. So I still want to make a version of that game. I don't know what the version is yet, but a version. I even tried flying in UE, because I was like, well, you know, technically the character kind of has like a flying thing when she turns into a little comet thing, and do that. That's kind of cool. Okay, flying was fun for like 10 minutes. And then after that, it was really boring. I'm like, okay. This is fine, I guess. Add in some flying enemies to dodge, and I was like, eh. Once again, it's a mechanic where you're effectively running away. Like, how do you make it into actual combat or an actual gameplay that's interesting? It'd be like if Superman basically just flew around the entire time. That's it. That's the mechanic. Superman flies around. Doesn't really fight, I guess. I mean, I guess you could fly in the air and punch people. That'd be basically like a bullet, though. You just go flying directly at something and hit it. It would be not even that exciting. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could spin around real fast and create some winds, and that would do something. I don't know. It just didn't play out all that fun. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they'd have other enemies who are potentially flying around too, and you. Honestly, I think the best flying mechanics you could find would be like those DBZ battle games. That would probably be your best bet. Even that's often kind of lame because what happens is you do some basic generic fighting things and then they kind of zoom out to some super attack or something and it's just kind of mashing buttons and you're like, okay, cool, neat. It's like a quick time event. Cool. Quick time events are such a great gameplay. That's right. The like early 2000s missed them apparently. So, time to go back to that and play quick time events with everything. Sounds terrible. But yeah, it was a big problem I encountered. I was really thinking about exactly what the gameplay would be like for a lot of these things as I was just building worlds in various engines, just going, well, where's the challenge? What is the gameplay loop? Where does this go? At one point in Unreal, I made a cool grappling hook thing, but it didn't work like a grappling hook. What it really did is it lashed you onto something, and then it pulled you towards it with increasing force. And if you just let go, it would just slingshot you places. And it was actually kind of fun to slingshot around the map. So it actually became the favored travel method, even though I had flying in there. It was just more fun to slingshot yourself places and go everywhere. But then I thought about it, I was like, so what's your mechanic again? Like, how are you going to use this? Like, are you just going to have random platforms and you just latch on them and just start trying to launch yourself to the next platform without falling to your death? Is that the plan? Like, is that your gameplay? Um, I don't know. That was definitely a real problem I had. So many neat looking mechanics until you realize what's the game attached to this mechanic? What are you going to do with that? Hmm? I know for art, I made the whole map being disintegrating. And then you having to try to get things and try to rescue stuff before it disintegrates. Partially because the game engine would break if the map lasted too long. So this was to make certain the map could never last too long. I would force the player to end it quickly. I mean, later on now, it actually is completely stable and lasts basically forever, but it gives you a reason to be super fast and running away because now the enemies aren't the threat anymore at all. The enemies are just something that keeps you busy. And the real threat is that the map is being destroyed. So you're like, oh, it's very possible, especially in the early versions, to just completely fail. You're just like, oh, well, you have to get all these puzzle pieces before the over to the exit before the map eats itself. And here's a few random things that spawn in that'll help you recover the map. But if you aren't fast enough, the map could just eat those too. And then you're just like, well, I lose. It's very half-minute hero, which is probably the game's best inspiration at that point, really. It's just, I was like, well, I'll just do half-minute hero. If everything has to end quickly, we'll make everything super fast. And for those people who haven't actually looked at half-minute hero, oh my gosh, it has the world's greatest speed run. Because like the actual game mechanics of half-minute hero is the world's going to end in 30 seconds because whichever boss level is casting the world ending spell. So because the time goddess is on your side, she's giving you the ability to level up super fast and do everything really fast, and you can pay her to get more time because time is money according to her. But otherwise, the actual game ends in 30 seconds. And it's a blast. But it then features the single greatest, most absurd mode ever. There is a secret level that at the very end you can unlock called Hero 3. The world ends in 3 seconds. That's right, 3 seconds. By By the time you are done playing the game, you will think in a way so different than when you started. And the actual actually, I can just bring this up. This is wild. This is worth the watch. I mean, it's like they win so fast. It's stupid. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, half-minute hero. Here we go. It's absolutely beautiful, glorious speed run that will eat up 13 seconds and 69 hundredths of a second of your life. Is as worth it as it comes. There you go. You've seen Half-Minute Hero 3, or the Hero 3 mode beaten. Congratulations. It's simply glorious because in the time, yeah, in the time that you, especially on Hero 3, in 3 seconds, it's so easy to think too long on something and just be dead because you took too long. You only have 3 seconds, so, you know. Normally it's 30 seconds and you got some time. There's even like dopey storylines and everything and mini quests and things. But it's just the world's fastest RPG. And they made a new version of it that's on Steam with better graphics. So if at any point you get really bored, it's well worth it. It's hilarious. Anyway, though, on that note, I'm going to bid everyone adieu. I need to get some sleep. I've been streaming for 8 hours, 20 minutes. A new record. I'm not sure if I want to dethrone that record anytime soon. So, thanks everyone for... Well, see you, Mathis. See you, Freeze Epic. Thanks for hanging out and chatting. And for whoever the third viewer is who isn't chatting, thanks for watching too. See you later, Freeze Epic. And I'll probably be streaming tomorrow around the same time. I don't know. And in case anyone's bored, I'll put a message up or something. Anyway, I'm going to catch everyone later. I most definitely need to sleep. All right. See ya.